Anyway, good hello everyone and welcome to the Cascade game, The Last of the Summer Elves. It's part 17, it's the 12th of the 4th, 2025. I'm Viktor the GM and here are the bloody players!
Oh, yes, I'm Sean. I'm playing Falkwin, mystical speaker who keeps a magic ally. And yes, I'm still first on the list. Hi.
Hi, I'm Kalli. I play Ignysera, who is a dragonfolk warrior who bears a halo of fire.
Good evening, my name is Alexander. Tonight I'll be playing Lockheart Dourf, who's an empathic speaker and exactly the sort of person you want interpreting the law.
Hello, I'm Hannah, and I play Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin.
Hi everyone, I'm Chris. I'm playing Nori Nediam, a half-elven explorer who likes to infiltrate.
Ah, we did it. Right, we can go now, right? See you all next week.
I went to write down the date and session and I put the time instead.
I mean, fair enough. It's the session 16, or 17, sorry, session 17. Already fucked it. It's the 12th of the 4th, 2025.
Too many numbers.
So, I think it's worth us saying to each other, what do you remember from last time?
We got off of the charges.
Excuse me? Yes.
Off the hook. We got off the hook.
We all know our lines.
Yes. So it was indeed, it was the trial of the session. So yeah, the trial you've done a lot of trial prep for. Yeah. No, it went very well. Everyone did absolutely fantastic speeches as well. You put your points across very well. Enough to convince someone like Modesta Lara, who you are all super sus of. So, not bad going. Not bad going at all. Yeah, what else happened?
We ended up in a mind meadow.
The Mind Meadow! Yes.
Mind Meadow.
Mind meadow.
Imagine that's how Modesta Lara sounded.
There was a spooky bitch when everyone was there.
Wow. The amount of times I've heard that phrase to some of my NPCs is just, dear gods.
Oh, have I offended Chris?
Bye, Chris, yeah. You've scared him. Woo!
Oh, his elven heritage couldn't take it.
Yeah, like you're insulting his queen apparently because he keeps deciding that Modesta Lara is his queen. I'm like, but she's not a Bronzebark. You're of Bronzebark descent.
An arrow. No, I'm going to try that again. No. What's his name?
Were you going to say Eramos?
No. What's the bronze one?
Linda Answell.
Oh, Erdoarnon.
Erdoarnon. There's a syllable in the middle I couldn't get.
Yeah, it's a weird up and down, Erdoarnon. Yeah.
You can go Ed one, but that's not
Edward, yes. Edward, the elf.
Edward and Linda.
Edward and Linda.
There we go.
Ah, yes.
And then what would Modesta Lara be? Stella.
Yeah.
Edward, Linda and Stella.
There you go. Yeah. It's like the plushy version of those characters.
And then, I guess, Brendan or something.
Yeah.
Good old Brendan. Yeah, good old Bren. Yes, that's how we diminish the elves, yes.
Yep.
Right, okay, so yeah, you went to a Mind Meadow with whom?
Modesta Lara.
And in her mind meadow of infinite possibilities, she showed us her home, which is now gone, but I took this as a slightly matrixy. She showed herself blind. Which, surely she could appear however she wished, but that's the way that she sort of sees herself, which I just thought was a curious aspect of her.
We'll add it to the mood board for Modesta Lara. And the nature of said conversation.
Oh, we talked about so many things.
So,
Go on.
We were a bit confused to start with about why she voted to quit. And her reasoning in the end was something along the lines of respecting human sovereignty, and it was convincing her that we'd been acting within the purview of that.
I mean,
Which
yeah.
made something like this.
Yeah, like it was,
And it made
the nuance to it was pretty much the user saying you ruled the way you wanted to deal with the stuff within your country, right? You kept your own shit and you dealt with your own shit, and it hasn't been a problem for anyone else yet. So, and Vermi put herself across very strongly as if I did what I thought was right. What of it? That's my job as queen. And Modesta was like, that is how you be queen. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know whether the blade continuing to choose Vermi was something that she weighed on, because she also didn't seem to believe in the blades and table as a system anymore.
No, served their purpose, I think was her words. Yep. So it's almost like your exact defense was perfect for Modesta Lara's way of thinking, which is convenient.
And then we think Heartpiercer is Gold Leaf for reasons relating to a previous session, I think.
Yes. So it was Lady Featherstone's like reports that she'd compiled from various people that said golden light off into the sky every time there was an incident.
Yeah.
And Modesta Lara believes all the gold leaves are accounted for in Mirage.
I mean, she definitely said all gold leaf elves are accounted for, yeah.
Yeah. So I think that left us not completely clear on whether there's either a rogue gold leaf who faked their death or something who she has not accounted for.
I mean,
or whether
but we know there
Heartpiercer
is. But we know
state-sponsored terrorism. We know there's at least one. Half-Elven is not Heartpiercer.
Yes.
Probably.
It would probably be more obvious if she was.
I mean, Falkwin could be Heartpiercer without knowing it.
Yeah. Imagine, what a twist. So that's why I've got this giant pointy blade.
Do I actually own the blade that is... I'm starting to suspect.
Right, I'll lock myself up just to be sure.
So yes, it's not clear whether there's a rogue gold leaf elf who's operating under Modesta Lara's like outside of her awareness, or whether Heartpiercer is doing something a bit more state-sponsored.
But we also know that we've seen her awareness being manipulated.
Because she didn't know Aluben
Yeah.
was a gold leaf, right?
And she doesn't seem to know that Brannon Allen, the Mad Mage McManus, whatever he's called.
I like Mad Mage McManus, that's good.
Are the same person. Or she
sounds like-
does, and she's a lying liar who lies.
Mad Mage McManus sounds like an opening act for DJ Bad Boy.
Yep.
I haven't heard DJ Bad Boy brought up in a long time.
It's an old code, but it checks out.
Yep. The deep magic to me, which...
I was there when it was written. Yeah, wow. DJ Bad Boy. No. That has definitely aged me in this moment. Whew. Yeah, so there was that. You said good chat with Modesta Lara. Also, the main thing to convey to Hannah, who was not there, is her very relaxed and very informal demeanour. She was very easygoing. I think there was a joke cracked at one point. Yeah, there was
so very different from her almost forced jollity.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In our pre-trial meeting.
Yeah. So definitely a much more, I don't know, real her, I guess. No airs and graces necessarily needed here.
She almost made Falkwin want to drop the crusade against it.
Oh,
Wow.
She did seem a bit more real, a bit more relatable, a bit less spooky.
Yeah. Almost, though. Almost.
Almost.
Mhm.
Almost.
Yeah.
Falkwin learned some things that he's going to need to be careful about how he deals with this information,
hmm So,
namely regarding Alabama.
yeah, so for Hannah's benefit, I think you've seen the part where Aluben tried to block Modesta Lara's mind thing, so we know that she was like dispelled or dispersed or whatever you want to say. Which meant that Falkwin had a degree of privacy with Modesta Lara. For learning all of this. So that's put Sean in quite the nice position of what am I gonna have Falkwin say to the Aluben, and maybe try not to trip up and call her the Aluben.
Interesting that she's chosen to keep that epithet.
Yes, I mean she gets called quite fondly Alu by Falkwin.
He might call her Alu a bit more exclusively than Aluben. Alu's a nice kind of like it's a nice nickname. It's his thing. Aluben is
You've learned the
As we
baggage
said.
it comes with now.
Yes.
Before it was just a name,
Yeah.
and now it's lots of baggage.
Which part of that of the translation is that God, or is that ambition that you're calling?
Yeah. There's somebody who can answer all of that, though. We might get her back in a handful of hours.
How does it translate again? Aluben.
Aluben is God's ambition. The Aluben is the God ambition,
Okay.
basically. So,
Okay.
like the official term, if you're writing it down, is the God ambition, or for short, God's ambition. But the God's part is ambition of a god to be a god, is how it would translate. Hence, the God ambition is to become a god. Yeah.
Is the Uben part God?
You need to ask some Elven dialect expert.
Because Envy's name was Euben.
Euben,
right? And that was
yeah.
like of gods, right?
Again, you might want to consult some
Wrong
experts in naming if you want to translate these things in game. Yes, we can do that. I mean, these are no longer fugitives. Alright. Okay, let's jump into the game then. And Hannah, give me a mental defense roll.
It's just a straight intellect check.
Don't
Yeah.
you have closed-minded or something like that? No, nothing like that.
Ooh, I don't think
Do you have
so.
anything that gives you intellect defense in any way?
I don't think so.
That's okay.
I took a thing called countermeasures.
Yes.
Oh, I have 2 intellect armor for closed mind. I didn't even know.
I also
did-
have closed
oh.
mind. I think I forgot to do that last week as well.
These are all just very welcoming people mentally.
Apparently.
Maybe
Also, I can-
now you are going to refocus on your closed minds, given that this happened to you guys.
Yeah, I saw the intellect defense skill. I think I applied that, but I forgot about the +2 armor.
Okay. The plus 2 armor is not that big a deal in this because there was no damage being done to you guys mentally. The training and intellect defense would matter as well, obviously. But I
I
think
think I did apply them.
I mean you could scroll up in the chat. I'm not gonna, but you could if you wanted.
And I
Yeah,
have
I
a thing
did
called
roll that.
countermeasures.
Yes. So if you were looking to try and counter spell
Stop it.
effectively.
Yeah.
What I love about countermeasures in this system is you're stopping a special ability. It doesn't specify magic, which I love because everything's just dubbed a
Yeah.
special ability. So it's like I do a thing that counters the thing, which is kind of
I
great.
also felt like it sounded a bit like what Tavistock had done.
Yes.
I quite liked it for that.
Yes.
My goodness, a noise came from somewhere. Okay, I'm just going to roll. I don't think I'm going to use countermeasures because I don't think in that moment she would think like to try and pull. So I think she's probably just in there like, what just happened?
Okay. And obviously, if you're spending
But I thought I'd
effort and stuff, let me
post
know.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. We get one level for free anyway. You don't have any assets. Hey, it's not a 1. I'm not a crow.
Always useful. So
Definitely failed, but
so
I'm not a crow.
is that a 5 we got?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a 5. Okay. So you were definitely in the meadow for all of that. Is I think what we can establish. But you are both in and out of the meadow.
Oh no.
Okay? So you are there, but for some reason you've not necessarily participated in a lot of the conversation that's happened. Because you're still seeing the corridor. And this weird overlay of this like this mind map. But you also... There's probably a headache seeping in because of how fast the information from the mind meadow is going. Because it's happening at a much quicker rate than the corridor. And you can see Snowstorm, having walked up ahead, stopped, turned round, and is now like, are you all okay? Like, but it is moving fast. You can push yourself into 1. Where would you like to go? Into the meadow with Modesta Lara and the gang? Or into the corridor with Snowstorm?
I think I'd like to stay in the corridor with Snowstorm in order to try and reassure him. He's dealt with a lot today.
Okay, yep.
Also, like, who wants to willingly go to a meadow with me?
Yeah, she scares me. I also don't want anyone to do anything like to us when we're not conscious.
I mean, currently you are in the big Cascade Council tower, right? So,
No,
like, yeah.
but like we've seen things happen.
Yeah. I mean,
this sounds like classic Star Trek buffer portal. We're going to end up with 2 Myr'ras.
Horrible. Imagine. One of them would just be a crow.
both of you roll a 1.
We were close.
You know, the dice like to tease us. So, yeah, so to everyone else's perspective, I think there was like a sassy line between Lockhart and Modesta Lara at the end of the last session that we freeze framed on to go to our credits. And as that happens, Myr'ra vanishes from the meadow. So you are all very distinctly aware of the lack of Myr'ra's presence there now. Even Modesta Lara's like head cocks towards where she would have been, as if, what? And then outside the mind meadow, which I cannot say, mind meld is what keeps wanting to come out of my mouth. Mind meld. But yeah, so you fully like resonate the corridor around you. You shake off that summery kind of vibe, and yeah, Snowstorm kind of walks up to you because you seem the most like, you know, things. Are you well?
I look at my friends who I assume are all kind of like frozen.
Like it's just that they've stopped as if pending.
Yeah.
Like they're not like frozen in time or anything. It's just that kind of, you know, effectively they will move again in a moment. But to them, a lot of time is passing, obviously.
Modesta Lara wanted to speak with us.
He looks deeply concerned when you say that.
Oh, yeah, she... Myr'ra looks a bit overwhelmed. And then goes, that seems like very powerful magic. We were in a meadow?
And yet you were able to resist this.
Myr'ra has a moment of like, oh.
Because I think you know, like Myr'ra knows
Yeah.
you were not pushing that back.
No, I think Myr'ra has an inkling of what might have helped.
A ringing thought in your ear.
Possibly made of the same material as the floor.
Of an unknown level.
Yeah. But we'll maybe kind of like fall back on the kind of muttering of like, oh, well, the Arcana tricks and like trainings and Obviously, like being here probably has something to aid with it.
Snowstorm just kind of like nods, but you can tell they're like, let's just get through the day. Like,
let's not happen.
So again, you've probably got.
I'm gonna like poke Lockhart in the cheek, try and be like.
Yeah, and we'll freeze you there. We'll freeze you there as you're poking him in the cheek, and we'll go back into the meadow. Is there anything else you guys feel the need to discuss with Modest Lara, or are you happy to leave on that kind of like final note that you got from Lockhart? What's your thoughts as a gang? Please have a small, brief, swift player agency moment that lasts at least 2 hours.
So, sorry,
Myr'ra, did you poke Lockhart with your ring finger?
Oh, no, I probably poked it with my pointer finger. That's the poking finger.
Myr'ra, did you take a pen and draw moustaches on us?
I might do if you stay questions for much longer.
But yes, anyone get any business with Modest Lara to deal with before you leave the meadow?
I think for me, she's only leaving us with more questions than answers.
That's my NPC
Playing
style.
that kind of game.
That's how she works.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like elf queen. It's big elf queen energy.
Here's my evil agenda. Have a read. Here's my good agenda. Have a read at that too.
Have we done enough to make her think that there may be bigger plots afoot?
In what way?
Well, if we go back to the Heart Piercer, we have said that through all reports that we've had, it's a gold leaf elf. Or, from her conversation, her replies, saying that she can account for all gold leaf elves. Have we put enough in her mind to think that somebody else might be playing funny buggers?
I mean, that's a hard one to say, right? Because how would you assess her? You could attempt to roll an insight check on her if you wanted, just to try and gauge. Do you feel you've said enough to start her on some kind of path? Give that a go if you want. Anyone else got anything else they want to deal with Modest Lara?
I'm just trying to think of where we have kind of left it, because there was kind of the implication that we'd be going potentially west, and she was quite in favour of that.
She said take a break from the continent basically for a bit, might be good. Now that you've cleared your name, go on a holiday, take in the sights of Dinosaur Island and maybe stay a while. Yes, she's been very elated by the idea that she wouldn't have to deal with you guys for a while. Also a very nice role. But yeah,
Too early for that.
It's alright, hey, we like it. So, you do +2 damage to her, and everybody rolls initiative. No. Yeah, so you can probably reasonably, comfortably assume, as far as you can tell, that you have said enough things that if you were in that position, like she's a figurehead of a people, effectively, a faction in this continent. She's the queen of the gold leaves. If you were worried about your people and someone said, by the way, there might be some of your elves running around and you don't know, definitely would investigate that, right? You just wouldn't leave that, especially given how involved the people telling you are in other things that have got to your desk already. So you guys are obviously making enough noise you got to her desk, where she's felt the need to speak to you guys personally multiple times now. Again, some people don't even believe gold leaf elves exist because they've never seen them. Do you know what I mean? So, like, yeah. And half of you have met angels. Do you know what I mean? Some have met former angels. I think all of you have met former angels. But yeah, like, you have done a lot of impressive things being main characters. It does help. But yeah, you can probably sit back and think, well, should have to be incredibly callous and cold to not care enough to investigate rumours of a gold leaf elf, like, killer. Yeah, because again, think how she reacted to Kyril. She didn't want to kill Kyril, she just wanted him to go home. It's like, send him home, that's done, I'll be happy with that outcome. That was her position. The idea of the Barlen being murdered probably doesn't sit well with her either. You don't know that, but it's likely, based on how she felt about the Fae who killed her parents, she was like, they can go home. Like, that's done. Probably doesn't like the idea that, you know, the Gold Leafs might get bad PR because of some kind of, you know, even if it's just being blamed on them, why would she want that? Do you know what I mean? But likewise, she also doesn't live on the continent anymore. She made her own home for the Gold Leaf Elves, so hard to say. But you can probably, like, your role gives you that information, right? You feel reasonably comfortable with it. You'd have to be callous to not care.
In that case, Nori would have one more conversation with her, asking her if she would be so kind, if she does find out any further information about the Heart Piercer. I would like to know.
And perhaps I should deliver that news to you personally, Nori?
One of your many messengers would suffice, but I would just like to know, please.
Yes, and where would I address such information? Dinosaur Island?
Sounds realistic.
I think she laughs at that response. It was just like, you know, huh. Yeah, not an indulgent laugh, but enough that it's just, okay, that's the conversation we're having.
Yeah.
Anyone else got any other parting thoughts with Modesta Lara? Falkwin, anything you want to say? Nope. Yes? Maybe?
No, I think Falkwin's got a different gold leaf in mind that he's planning his next conversation with.
Yeah, that's fair. And Ignysera?
I have nothing left at all.
No worries. Lockhart?
So I guess Lockhart would be trying to consider a few of the steps ahead. I'm not sure if this is maybe just too much and it's not necessarily important enough. But just where Lockhart's at a bit is, well, this is very like isolationist sort of talk that we've been getting from Clara and the general. She doesn't really want to have much to do with the rest of the table. She has kind of removed herself and her people from the table. So it's kind of like, if push comes to really shove with the other continent, you know, and say there was reason for the table to not be there anymore, which side would she be on, or would she take a side?
Oh, interesting question. How'd you word that?
Better than that.
Which side are you really on?
I feel like I could go and get my old notes from the Cadence game with the Cabal meeting, where it was Magna and all the world leaders, and it was just the Elf Queen and Magna at the end of the meeting, and her melodically laughing about how little most of the world threat means to her, and Magna saying, "While I'm Wizard King of the world, you might very possibly be the last one left when all the demons wipe the rest of us out." And effectively, is that something that you want? Do you want to be the last one? Because I genuinely believe you'll hold out the longest, but you'll be the last one. Yeah, I'm paraphrasing to hell, but it was something akin to that, and it was very much a nice way of Magda being like, "Just help, for fuck's sake! Care about the rest of us." Yeah.
The Wizard King of the world.
With his collapse in his chair, being like, "Oh, what a day!"
Just grumble out there.
Oh. Scott was over a couple of days ago, and it was like, "Yeah, Magna was a cunt, wasn't he?"
Can't let it go.
Yeah. Oh, although I think he hated Vishal more. Like, I think Vishal was his guy. Absolutely hated the red-robed man. Especially when he was his lawyer briefly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, when it was Frasetti pretending to be Vishal. Scott getting genuinely upset, being like, "I fucking hate this guy." Okay, Lockhart, I've got you enough time to word it. Let's go.
Yes, Lockhart probably would have like in a bit of a look as Myr'ra gone, be like, "Is it you? Oh, okay, but you're not too worried, so okay."
No, the body language was that she did not expect that when she noticed that Myr'ra was gone.
Yeah, but she's also not like stood up and started.
No. She's doing that thing where she's making it appear that she's fine with it.
And okay, I would perhaps say something. You have spoken much about the requirements of the table and the purpose that it may have served and may no longer continue to be required to serve. The Fae were a threat beyond which any of the races currently in Cascade present. But it brought... I always forget our continent's name.
Kale.
It brought Kale together in a way that also hadn't been seen. And while I don't think we are under the same threat as ever with the Fae, there has been concerns with Felix, was the other?
Felix, yep.
With Felix and its own unifications, shall we say, and the visits that we've had from there, and, well, I guess I'm just a little curious that should the table not be serving the unifying purpose that it does currently, and should you have the full autonomy to do as you wish, would your people be involved if there was conflict coming to... Forgotten already.
Kale.
Kale.
C-A-E-L. Kale. Yeah.
I will remember it better if it's K-A-L-E, I'll be honest.
It's not, sadly, but you can remember how you like. We never show it on anything, so... It's also annoying because my background obviously flips for this, but I think you see me the right way round. Because I'm assuming the map behind me looks correct, but I record on my side, which means you don't get the recording gets it flipped, which is annoying. Because that means Twitch has my map flipped the wrong way, and I'm like, I don't want to have to flip that back. It's so annoying. I've only just noticed that. But in answer to your question, there's a grin on her face, which is quite unnerving, and she says, "What makes you think I do not hold that autonomy currently with the table in place?" You can have like a marker pride with that as well.
I think you have a practical understanding that while the races are bound by the conventions of the table that might be seen as together with that unity, but perhaps there could be a temptation, should we not have that unity, to act in a more isolated sense and not necessarily perceive a threat, even should it be on the shore.
So, not only do you think my autonomy over my people is limited, but you also think my ability to foresee danger is limited.
I foresee how others react to our positioning within the table, and an attack on the table is an attack on all the races. With no table, there could be greater temptation to see attacks on maybe simply... And he might just, not for any particular reason, but probably say just the span, or just Caldera. And without the table, and without the rest of them together, I would be curious just to feel your view.
She takes like a moment to process that, and she says, "Perhaps if you wish to discuss strategy with me, you should schedule in some official time when you have the authority of your queen behind you. And as for your ambitions on Felix, perhaps your queen should know how far your arms reach, Lockheart.
Yes. He kind of using as in we're in dream world. We don't need to be that formal thing. So, yeah, and should that be the case, or should Her Majesty simply you go through the other channels? I'm sure they will be met with the proper accordance, but forearmed and forewarned and all that.
And all that, yes. Well, if your queen's backbone remains intact enough that if Felix does pose a problem and she wishes an alliance to remind the continent the limitations of their landmass, then perhaps we could discuss that.
I'm quite sure Her Majesty would be wanting to ensure that the safety of the realm is paramount, and such agreements, I'm sure, would be forthcoming, and I'm sure she will be wishing, and much the council will be wishing, to discuss such things that are beyond my humble discourse.
Perhaps that's a statement you should internalize, Lockheart.
Perhaps.
He kind of like nods as her full stop to the conversation. Give Queen of Vermilion Lightscale my best. And with that, you all take a step in the corridor, and you're poked in the cheek.
Oh, you're back.
No moustaches?
No, I didn't have enough time.
No, it was literally just like a moment that Hannah had in that speed. You guys had a very, very long conversation in a moment with Modesta Lara.
Lockhart probably will be looking a bit at Myr'ra and being just like, obviously aware with snowstorms also there, and just like, yes, well, quite. Like rubbing his cheek a bit.
Your Falkwin probably doesn't have the wherewithal to enough in front of
Snowstorm.
So it's like, your absence was noted.
Where did I go?
I was always here.
No, saying to Myr'ra.
Oh, I thought you were talking to Snowstorm. He was like,
No,
where did I go?
No. No, as in Modesta Lara noted her absence,
Okay.
or her eventual departure.
Yes, I wasn't sure it would work, but maybe just too much happening today. And I'm almost gonna like pat the wall and kind of like, oh, I'm just leaning against the wall for a minute and try to like indicate my friends as like I think this is why.
Wouldn't it be terrible if you'd fell through that wall?
Oh,
What the hell is a wall?
oh.
So,
Wall rolls initiative.
yes, it does. Okay, so you head off to go see Vermi? Finally? Or do you have anything else you wish to do instead, given that? Nope, happy?
Not in front of Snowstorm, I don't think.
Fair. So yeah, you continue on, and yeah, eventually you wind your way through the corridors. You can tell that some of the dignitaries and stuff that you are passing are discussing you guys, like, but they stop when you turn the corner or whatever, because they're mid-conversation about, and apparently they were acquitted, you know, ... and there's like murmurs of Fae and such, but said in very anecdotal ways, right? Nobody ever just comes out and says Fae. They all discuss it in like very romanticized terms that have been like wrote in books so that nothing about the Fae are written as the Fae. And obviously they very, very quickly hush up when you guys are making your way through the corridors and eventually get to like the Third Blade offices. And yeah, outside there is a very familiar man standing guard. Does anyone have a guess at who it may be?
Douglas Dugal.
No, it is not Douglas Dugal.
Sorry, Thane.
It is not Sir Ethane.
Okay.
Oh,
Forno's Salt?
Yes!
Wow.
Yeah, from the first arc.
He's graduated.
Yeah, so, yeah, like...
Yeah, you won't be happy.
No,
No, you won't be happy.
No, but guess...
Or did he not take it? Did Dugal make some decisions while he was in the chair?
Well,
you're in charge of security now. You're my bodyguard.
Remember what your job was supposed to be? Remember when you were going to pick someone to recommend to Vermi and you still haven't in months? So yes, not that Vermi actually gives a fuck about it, but it's an official position, so she's kind of like, oh, it needs to be filled because the people need to know that I've got someone looking out for me because I can't just kick everyone down a corridor. So, even though we all believe she could. So, yeah.
Sure, it should be, what was her name, who that we couldn't persuade to let us into the camp?
Oh, Kamala?
Yes.
Yes.
Not a bad idea.
Also, hello Theo in the chat. So yes, you acknowledge Stolt, and he gives you a look up and down Lockhart, and he goes, "Ambassador, we should have words."
I'm sure we should.
About my replacement.
I'm sure we will find someone very suitable very soon.
Oh, do you have a list of candidates? I'd like to have a look at that list. Now that that's my job to review my replacement.
Any that you wish to recommend to the post?
Oh, I'm sure that your list is well compiled.
Then back in Denk, we will be able to go through all those administrative minutiae.
I have requested multiple meetings with you over the last month, and your office is still saying they will get back to me.
And I'm sure they will.
Now that I have you, perhaps you could give me some of those names now.
Okay, player agency. So like my backup, pocket terrible idea, but I actually really like the suggestion of Kamala. And she knows Vermi already, so there's a lot really going on, working well there.
And she really cared about her, so she put us through the ringer to get access to Vermi.
So maybe that can be the plan A, but I'm going to go with plan B for the moment. What about just suggesting KT? Not KT.
Sorry, Finn. Yeah, that was on
Obviously, I think Lockhart would also be considering just Riven, but for various reasons that's not going to be suggested.
Hidera would murder all of us if we suggested Riven.
I mean,
Hidera won't even let us catch Riven up on this.
I mean, that's fair. I don't think Riven would hate the idea of being her idol's replacement ultimately, right? I think in my head that was a trajectory that existed for Riven, especially since Nat did a 180 on their opinion of Vermi which was, let's go murder this person. What absolute loon is going to go up against the sword system? Like, and then it very much became a case of, let's go kill whoever's in,
Yeah.
you know, the imposter.
Not on purpose.
Yes. So that's 3 names straight away. Yeah.
I would be cautious of Surrey Thane, currently, because he is the one that dumped us all in. So,
And he
Yeah.
didn't kill us when he had the chance.
I know, but I feel like Vermi's probably not going to be very predisposed to him right now.
Also, you kind
He's
of
still entitled to an interview.
it needs to be someone of Denk.
And he said he's not of
What?
Dank.
Why would it need to be someone of Denk?
Because that's what the law says, and you should know that.
Those are the rules, and we don't break the rules.
Wait a minute.
We break the rules.
Want to change
There
your...
are situations.
Mhm.
There are situations where you want someone who's right, and there are situations where you want someone who's loyal. Surrey Thane might have been right technically, but he wasn't especially loyal.
Not loyal.
And we have simply just proven that you
Oh,
can
he's loyal.
rewrite the laws if you've got to.
Original people.
If your main characters and your roll on your speech are 24, a 20, a nat 20, a 29, and a 21, yeah.
So I don't think Surrey Thane would say yes to it. That is the biggest problem.
I think the bigger problem is I think Katie would let him go.
Yeah.
All that linked in, but it was just kind of.
You're using
in-
LinkedIn.
Oh, indeed.
To use them indeed.
Could we have a tournament? A tournament would be fun.
It would be fun, yeah. Should maybe run that. Yeah. Let's just add more sessions to Arc 4. Let's have the...
We should have a trial for the potential bodyguards on Dinosaur Island. Whoever can get us back these particular eggshells gets the job.
Oh, then we don't get to go.
No, it's going to be a king's best friend is the bodyguard.
Oh,
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That would make
Wrap
sense.
it
Yeah.
for a
King's
colour.
best friend. Must also be a queen's best friend.
Just add another 40 sessions to this arc, yep.
We need to get an egg and raise it from infancy.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Believe Vermi.
Take it to go see Uncle KT. Yeah. Okay, so what names do you give him?
So I just want to check. Do you want me just not to mention Ribbon? Because I'm either way on that one.
I mean, if you would want to, like, Riven is a character in this world. It's a suggestion you've been considering. It's fine to say. Obviously, it would ultimately be down to Nat. Do you know what I mean? Down the line, the chain of authority, as it were. But
Yeah. Then I think Lockhart would say, well, I've been working on some preliminary negotiations with some candidates. I would say top of my list, but neither of which have fully accepted or been particularly warm to the idea, but to the top of the list certainly would be Riven's full title. And maybe more difficult to persuade, but you might be aware of Surrey Thane's. Actually, you will be very aware of Surrey Thane's competence, having served in the same locality for some time. And I don't think he should be beyond our consideration.
oh yes, the what is he now? Count? I doubt would be up for that. Unfortunately, they seem to work well together.
Indeed. So considerations remain, and more names perhaps to be added to the list. I must say, was it on the orders of the Regent that you were appointed?
My position was left open for too long, Lockhart. Someone had to step in. There are rules we must follow. Unfortunately, I am a victim of those rules. Complacency, you could say, is the reason I had to step in. Not any particular regent that may or may not have been brief in their regency. You can tell he's being very careful with what he says because doesn't want to sound like he's not that fussed about Douglas DeGal, but you can imagine the conversations he probably had with Douglas DeGal. Whereas Vermy's probably like, you've probably got stuff to do today, so go do it somewhere. Like, I'm good. But I think what you can take from that is that he was appointed before Douglas. Yeah. Which probably makes him more annoyed. Because he was quite happy in his like position as like commander and like getting to like sail it out.
No, I think we did literally have a dialogue about it.
No, yeah, it happened.
No.
Yeah, no, it was Arc 1, and it's when you went to see the Loudon estate, and him and his men were guarding it, and they obviously fetched him. He came out, and he's were like, "Oh, are you next?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm under consideration, but I don't want that job. Like, I'm happy doing what I do. Like, this is me until I'm retired now." Also, I think there was a note. I remember very specifically saying there was a note of respect for Samda. Like, he did not feel he matched up to Samda. So yeah. Yeah, there's a name you definitely left off that list. I've said several times there, but I think you did muse about it before.
The person from Arc 1 who like blocked you from getting into the camp at first. That person.
No, so
Arc 3.
So Kamala was Arc 2, but no. So Kamala obviously wasn't mentioned in that particular thing. You only mentioned obviously Riven and Cirithian, Samda.
Let her be retired.
Yeah.
Family on the melon farm.
Lockhart wouldn't suggest her.
Okay. It was just to make sure that you'd fully considered it, because we have talked about it as players before. And I'm like, I don't personally think Samda would say yes, but should be open to a conversation with the people that got her back. Let's put it that way, if he's ever wanted to go visit her in Loudon Hall.
Yeah, I guess Lockhart wouldn't necessarily be a voice trying to stop her, but he wouldn't try and put her on the position.
Well, no, she was good at her job. She just obviously got nuked by a fucking devil. Like, there's not many people that can go up against Pride.
Yeah, no, I think Lockhart might. I guess agency kind of what Lockhart is thinking is with Kamala. He's a conniving little bastard. He wants to get Kamala himself instead of being like, "Oh yes, Forno stalled. You go get Kamala."
Yeah, you want to look good to Vermi. Yeah, that's how you get the promotions or demotions, as far as Stolt's concerned. A comfortable demotion back into his cushy position as commander. Unless he was a captain. Did I say he was a captain before? I forget what I put him down as. Captain or commander, one of the two.
Yeah, I think captain. He was like, I'm gonna go get my captain, but then he was commander.
Yeah.
Stolt or Forno was his first name.
Like,
I remember that.
Forno Stolt was his name. Yeah. Forno Stolt, and yeah, I can't remember what rank I gave him, but he's one of them, and I'm sure it matters. Matters to him. Yeah. My first arc notes here at the start of this book. That say, investigate town, graveyard, morticians, doctors, and the major apprentice, Halcyon.
That's what Amblin.
Yep. Yep, Master Emblem.
All the way back in Arc 1.
Yep. So anyway, any parting words before you pass by? Not want to mention Kamala?
I've just found which actress is playing Kamala.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah, Michelle Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously. Who else could play Kamala? Michelle Bloody Rodriguez is awesome.
I literally have that written next to divulge that Queen's Guard not replaced.
Love it.
Playing so many sides. Okay, so besides that...
I feel there was something I was going to say to him, but now it's...
That's fine. Yeah, I can't...
Oh, that's what it was. So it was just a sort of platitude of like... And the realm is very fortunate to have had men of your willingness to step up when the job was needing done.
He just
Which sounds sassy because it's Lockhart, but generally, like, it is. He's like, well, thanks for helping out.
yeah, and like he kind of like harumphs at that because he gets that. Well, what else was he gonna like? He's a man of service, chat. I mean, like he's put his life on the line for the royalty of Denk, so he's just like is pretty much his summary to that conversation because he doesn't want to be there and he hates that it's kind of your fault. He's blaming you for taking too long to pick an actual replacement. He's like, well, I don't want to leave it open, especially because he's not 100% sure why he was told she was dead and she's not. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of grey in the narrative about Loudon dying, but now like living in Loudenhull again. So it is quite odd, and the fact that she doesn't seem to be living with Douglas DeGaulle. Yeah, it's an oddity. But yes, he says, "Get on that," very like firmly. And then opens the doors and leads in, and Vermi is going through like a lot of paperwork, with a familiar face in the room. Barbara.
Katie.
Just remember Barbara,
Yes.
who was having a
She was
conversation
in-
with Featherstone.
with- I know.
Yes, Lady Featherstone, your gran. And then she looks at you all as if these people again, and then Vermi goes, "Oh, if you could please excuse us, I have some business." And she does that look of what the fuck. She just sighs, puts all of her paperwork back out, like back into like a kind of folio type thing, and just like holds it to her chest and walks out, and kind of stops halfway out the door, turns and goes, "Wonder you'll stop interrupting."
Sorry.
Perhaps it should be you that interrupts us one of these days, I'm sure.
She just tisks. And off she walks. Yeah. She has Calderan sigildry on her outfit when she walks past, so she is like on Joy's level of like the admin process. So it means she probably serves one of them, like the same as like Ruin does in Joy. She is probably one of the others, that position, if you will, their, I guess, PA level of immediacy.
Mine starts going, okay, what is Barbara pun off? What is Barbara pun off?
How does Victor's brain work? How do we get that unravelled?
It's a clue.
It is a clue. I'm just going to fully say it.
Talking to my grandma. At the end,
Barb. Like a sharp thing.
yeah.
Is she a
The
bee?
name of the creator of Barbie.
Do you want me just to tell you? Like, I can just tell you, or do you want to work it out?
Bra. It's
Etymology. He's the patron saint of fireworks.
I hate that this is what I, as a GM, have done to you guys, my players. Was like, but we know it's a clue. But why is it a clue? Why would they call them Barbara? Anyway, Barbara leaves, and Stolt closes the doors and gives his eyes doesn't leave your eyes, Lockhart, as if just that get it done type look. And then Queen Vermilion Light Skill is just there, like, and she like perches on the corner of the desk, and she's like, "Why do we need desks? Like, people seem to waste a lot of time behind these things, don't you think?"
Something to lean on.
Holds all the paperwork.
And she like nods when you say something to lean on. She nods over at the spear she's got in the coat rack. She goes, "I prefer other things to lean on, as you well know, Nori." She gives you like a big smile. She goes, "Well, that was difficult." Also, sorry, Theo. But yes, she kind of just gives you all that look of what a fucking day, right? She goes, "You understand why things had to go the way it went, I assume, apologies for that, but I think the apology is somewhat quite hollow, since I would do it again if it saved Dink. So, for what it's worth, thank you. It's probably better than I'm sorry.
And Lockhart probably. We are all ever at your service, Your Majesty.
Because, yeah, it still takes a bit to get used to that. Yeah, I think when it's just us, though, you can just say Vermi. Like, when stuffier people are around, perhaps Your Majesty or whatever is more appropriate. You can tell she's just like, she's done. She's had a day. Like she doesn't like politics at all. I am definitely a more athletic and proactive and pragmatic person.
And I think Lockhart will step a bit forward into that and say, Vermi, then may I ask you a question?
Hit me with it.
Did you intentionally, or was it your intention for Sir Ethane to call this? Gestures vaguely.
It was that or kill him.
As I suspected.
And she gives you like a look that shows, maybe for the first time, maybe the second time actually, in Vermi's eyes, that unsure. Right? I think it might be the first time, because I don't think she's ever seemed unsure in the entire second arc. I think she was always like, actually no, everything has led me to this point. Because even when she was in the jail cell, she was like, I feel the blade.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't think I've ever seen doubt in her. This is the first time there's that flash of, I don't necessarily feel I could have just got rid of him.
But there was the assurance that it was that dichotomy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. Because, yes, thank you for sending him my way. I don't understand why he felt compelled to continue to administer this potion that he had made on request of you all. So I do thank you for that. I know it was a lot to ask of you, and I'm glad you were able to find some kind of solution to bring Kyril some peace. Oh yeah, she does seem confused by the fact that everything helped anyway.
Yeah.
So are we.
We're like, where about?
Yeah, but like, you can tell the way she's posing that as she is posing it as a question to you guys, but not asking. Because she is kind of like, any idea? Like,
Probably will continue then on that. It's like, I'm afraid that Sir Ethane is a mystery that eludes us for much of it. There's sparse information that we have that you probably don't already. But he seems to be an entity of conviction, and he offered us aid, and I think that is at least part of it, that he had assured us that he would follow through with it.
I have to admit, I did not think things were going to go the way they did transpire when Sir Ethane arrived in Denkmark. When I asked how much he knew of what he had been asked to do, he relayed very vague instructions, which did seem quite odd for someone to go to such lengths on your behalf. Not that I'm not saying you haven't made good connections with people. I count myself a friend to you all. However, there was no way to obfuscate the reason he was there. And when he learned that it would be a fae that he was helping, I've never seen Moonlight Glass, personally, until that day. It's quite remarkable. I'm surprised it doesn't break as soon as it makes contact with something, but none of the guards could stop him getting to Kyril. She does pause there, and obviously she looks a bit like in her own thoughts. Falkwin.
Did he fight his way to Kyril, Or do you just mean if they were to try to stop him, they couldn't have?
No, I mean he seemed convinced that he had to kill this Fae. And he did not.
He was convinced until the moment he met Cairo.
This is what I mean. It's confusing. But when I was able to arrive in Cairo's restroom, Cairo's restroom's a terrible phrase. I guess room of rest is probably better. Recovery room, I guess. The tower in which he was kept in secretly. When I was able to intercede, he had stopped in the doorway, and I was able to explain somewhat to Sir Ethane why Cairo is different from his kind. He is not, as you have very eloquently put to the council, he is not the Fae that we know of. He is an individual in his own right. But I couldn't say if it was in fact the pain he saw Cairo in that moved him enough to actually heal him, or if he just did not think of him as a threat. Needless to say, I have started more intense training drills for the Palace Guard. They will be improved. I understand now the reports from Loudenhall. Quite worrying. If we could have more Sir Ethanes in the world, perhaps the security of Deng would be increased tenfold, with 100 times less people.
Yes. Sir Ethane does seem to be in sort of a league of his own.
This is quite concerning.
Hmm?
And you can tell, like, she means that in a horror level of...
Yep. Like, I think Myr'ra's thinking about the fact that we're pretty sure he killed two Ferren by himself.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, then walked off being injured. So.
I mean, also, there was probably about, like, a several-hour period of time he might have been fighting them, or just recovering from that fight. So, you do have, because I think you took something like, was it 6 or 7 hours to get there, or something, or it's 8 hours to get, I can't remember, it was a long time for you guys to actually get to the, like, the midway point on that road. And then obviously you dealt with the Ferren yourselves, and then you met him and he had dispatched 2 and was pretty fucked up. But then we don't know if he was just down on one knee for like, what, 8 hours? Or probably longer, probably closer to 16, right? Because the rider had to get to you guys to give the message of, by the way, we're in trouble.
So you know how in some games there can be boss fights that might be intended for 10 people to take like 3 minutes or so. And then, but there's like really broken builds where you can have one person soloing it, and it'll take you like over an hour. But you're just kind of slowly poking at them and then doing some kind of broken heal thing. Like, I'm just imagining Sir Ethane doing this, like.
Well, you heal at 1 point of health every time you do a forward roll, like.
Like something really stupid to choose this fight.
Like his armor also like healed itself. Its armor. I don't know. But yes, that armor definitely feels like it's probably magical in some way.
Oh yeah, he definitely has some decent armor on him. Yeah, because it was something Riven noticed very specifically, was he was totally fucked up and bent and buckled armor, and then by the time he's got back to Cascade, it was immaculate again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyone want to pull her out of her horror spiral?
I guess. No, I was about to say probably make it worse.
Poor vermin.
Nori's sitting thinking. We've met him several times, and several times he's put the fear of God into us. Yeah, we don't know.
Lockhart was about to say, well, he's actually been around in Denk for like hundreds of years, but yeah, that's probably not going to help.
But she is at least she is aware that he has been involved in Loudenhall's security, though. Like, you know that much. Hence her comment about that.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, like she definitely. Obviously, she's going to look up reports about you guys and her mother. So, and that sadly brings up the first arc quite significantly. The town where no one was dying.
I think who else? Well, Sir Ethane is an ongoing mystery, but as you say, not one without thought. They are well connected in some ways with Count Count 3. I want to say Mayor again because we've got so much Arc 1 stuff now jumping back in. Count 3. And with their assistance in or other matters, I do think that they are on our side for the time being, at least.
Yes, that's not reassuring at all. Time being, if they are alone to themselves and they take a small army to stop, perhaps they should be stopped before the time comes.
I think Lockheart is going to take a step, not back, maybe just sort of lean back and sort of try and give a reassuring, slightly relaxed feel, and we'll say, Verme, this has been an incredibly trying time for you, the table, the realm. Part of what brought you to this role is seeing the situation as it is, not for the worst of what it could be. And your strengths, your compassion for people and life, I think it should be important to judge the actions and deeds, not the concern and potential threat. For the moment, I think
she's slowly chuckling through this, kind of to herself, gently, and just. I think what you're trying to say, Lockhart, is that I'm thinking like a queen. And yes, it is quite unnatural. Kind of chuckles a bit more to herself about the fact that she's kind of caught herself thinking about the problems that could happen to Denk.
If it helps, he does seem to believe in what is right and just, and he acts on his convictions, but I don't think they unalign from Denk's. He's been there for long enough.
Yes, that is another concern, is his time spent within Denk. Yes. Little is known about this. There are almost no records of this person.
There is also the consideration that there's now Count 3 spent, I don't know how many years in Loudenhall as mayor, and seemed happy with that. And seemed happy with that position. It wasn't until Riven's wife,
Hadera,
was promoted that the position became open for KT.
It's Countess Talanis of Voros, right? So the city of Voros, which was Riven's best friend, right? They grew up together, and Riven worked for her. She got the promotion, not Hadera. So so Hadera's one of the ambassadors in for Voros in the capital, as in Cascade City, and Talanis, fucking hell these names, Countess Talanis got a promotion up to Councillor Talanis and got to sit at the table and represent ultimately Verme, but at the time it would have been Loudon. At the time it would be Loudon Pride, but that's not the point. So yes, so it's Talanis that got the promotion for that. Hadera has remained ambassador still, but was acting governor of Voros while they were looking for a new person, which is why they were travelling back and forth, and KT and Ciri Thane had made connections and travel routes from Loudenhall to Voros to discuss that, and that's why Ciri Thane was escorting Hadera back when the Theron attack happened. Is that timeline?
Yes. That timeline. But KT's promotion only came about because of all the changes. It wasn't like he was trying to chase. Well, not that we've seen any promotion. He was just.
She shakes her head a bit and she goes, I'm not super concerned about Count Threem's motivations. His family line goes back quite far, and yes, as odd as he may be, he actually did do a really good job as mayor of Loudenhall. She kind of like laughs because she's like, it's kind of ridiculous, like saying it out loud. She goes, but it couldn't remain. He had to go.
And he is proving an effective Count of Vorus.
I'm still waiting on official reports. Is he? That's good to know. Shakes her head like, is that what's happening in Vorus? I don't currently know.
It all seemed to be fine when we were there.
And when was that?
That was...
Right before we were in Caldera.
Mm-hmm.
I think that pause that you're having, Alexander, is the pause that I think Lockhart would be having when you're finally resonating that
exactly.
kind of, wait, no, we were there. Because you remember going to Voros, but you also went to Caldera instead. Mm-hmm.
It was recent-ish, I'm sure.
I see. So perhaps we should have words with this Count also?
I would recommend. I think you would find that interesting, perhaps not a stressless encounter, but...
On his part or mine?
Very entertaining, though.
For you? She looks at you side-eyes.
Can... Lockhart would like to kind of just insight check. Is she feeling a bit better? Or is this a bad
like
spiral?
you can tell she's like laughing a lot of it off. She just like very like Verme's very on the surface. There's very little depth to Verme's like feelings and stuff. She's quite happy to be well, this is who I am, this is what you get. Like, you know, again, doesn't really feel the need to. She's never needed to deceive someone, put it that way, up until now. Like, and I think that's why you found it so weird when you met her. When you're like, why do you think you're going to be queen? When a sword says the other person's queen. It's like, well, I found this fire orb. Do you want to do the thing? Do you want to go burn with me? Like, let's do that. Like, we're here. Do you know what I mean? So you went through the Firestone with her. Like, yeah, I maybe you can tell that she's a lot more relaxed with you guys, and there's not really a sense of dread. There is just she's not shifted the worry about Cerithane. No, none of that's gone. But she's laughing at the fact that, oh yeah, Voros is something that's on my fucking list as well. I need to go check in on that to see how that's going, especially since Voros is KT and KT like Cerithane. What the fuck is that about? Like, why
Did she know about the refugee road? I don't want to bring it up. But then suddenly that thought of like, did you know why? Like Voros is? Like, so, like...
Surely.
Maybe no one's briefed her yet.
I was going to say,
She's
who
only
would...
been there for a month or 2 months.
Yeah,
so...
like, who would have told her? Where's that documented? Margot leans over at the table meeting. By the way, me and you need to talk about a road.
Yeah.
Margot or Lady Featherstone.
Should we bring this up now?
No. She's got enough on her plate.
Yeah, but
someone add it to a list.
Yeah,
of things we need to make sure.
I mean, like, it's the sort of thing that I think if we don't tell her and then things blow up, it's worse. At the very least, I think we ought to like let her know, hey, by the way, this
what
is
could
going
blow
on.
up more than what has already happened?
People.
It's clearly not going to get more dramatic, right?
I press X to doubt.
What is escalation?
I think at the very least we should say, hey, this is a thing. These are the people who are running the show. Yeah.
And an unknown devil.
Yeah.
We don't know. That doesn't mean Verme doesn't.
Yeah.
I think...
Let's look at that, right? Like, look back at that. You're about to tell Verme that her country's involved in another problem that involves the table, and I'm not saying it's a bad idea to share this information. She might really appreciate knowing, but it does involve another devil, and you don't know who. And I don't think Verme's the biggest fan of the devils for some bizarre, odd, possibly second
Mum
arc.
shaped
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Like, remember that time she kind of killed her mum and possessed her for a couple of years, then married her mum off, and then was going to try and get her Yeah, there's a couple of reasons to not like, and also had an assassination order put out on her. There's a lot to unpack.
I think we should tell Vermi about the road. Not right now, though.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like let her celebrate this fire going out before we go. But also, there's 10 more fires.
So, the thing
We've already told her about the Surrey Thane fire.
Mm-hmm.
Do meetings with the Queen happen every day? I think there's plenty of time for some gasoline to just happen to spell onto this fire before we get round to the next time.
I mean, several of the party do have rings that Vermi gave them, which is the communication rings. Those are the light scale rings, and that was her thank you gift to this group. Just, as a way of going, by the way, that was appreciated. Here's a memento of the fact that you helped me here. Especially bringing our mum some peace, ultimately. So, you do have... And also, she would take your call if she could. I think that's something that the players probably believe that have met her multiple times. Do you know what I mean? Like, Vermi's not full of airs and graces that way. Well, why would I need you to speak to them before you spoke to me? Just speak to me. I'm here. If I'm busy, I'll just say I'm busy. So yeah, I don't think you've
We could also go through Talanis.
Mhm.
We could go and be like, does Vermi know about Refugee Road?
because we know Talanis
And
knows.
because if the answer from Talanis is yes, we've briefed her.
Mhm.
Or it might be no, but the plan is to brief her at
Mhm.
this point.
I think Lockhart would assume that she already knows.
Yeah.
That is just how
I suppose
it feels.
beyond the refugee thing, then, because I think that's probably worth going via Talanis. I think that makes sense. What is, and also Talanis probably has it in her calendar anyway already to brief her on. Anything else you want to talk to Vermi about?
On that, I would like to say to the Queen, do you have a secure room where conversations can't be overheard magically or by any other means? If you do, when you have your meeting with Count Threem, please invite him to that room and ask him why he might be there.
She just gives you the shiftiest look as if, what the fuck does that mean? Pinches the bridge of her nose, so when I invite the Count to the room, I have to ask him why he's in the room.
Yes, he will know.
He is
Will he?
being quite honest.
There are things he will want to that he will want to share
Okay,
that shouldn't be general knowledge.
brilliant. Thank you. I'm assured this room is quite secure from surveillance, but I will keep that in mind if I find a more secure room. Thank you, Nori, for that sleepless night.
You're welcome.
She just laughs. Have you eaten?
No.
Not for a while.
Go eat. Tell them I said so, I guess. Stolt will point you in the direction. So, get off my couch, because I need to lie on that for a bit. I'm going to be travelling back to Denk tomorrow, so if there's any other official business that you need to deal with me here, please just make it wait.
I think we're just glad you are okay.
I'm not sure I am, but I hope to be when I'm back in Denk. There's something weird about this, and she looks at the walls, the black walls of the place, and goes, "There's just something about this place I don't like."
And Myr'ra's going to be like, I know, right? You can't, do anything to the... It concerns me.
Yes. Be well,
Is there anything
friends.
from us?
She just shakes her head and goes, "Be well, friends."
Mm-hmm.
I think Lockhart will give her the Winter Friends scarf that we
Okay.
had given to
Aw.
us.
Okay.
So quickly, what do I actually have in the inventory? I've got to have something to give out. Alexander's not played this long enough not to have some random thing to give out. and that hand is like sort of as a and just kind of fluff it up, sort of bunch it together, and it's like, sleep well for me.
She kind of looks and goes, appreciated, Lockhart. And nods, slightly confused, but like still like, nice, you know, very nice soft scarf. And then looks at it and it says it's soul-bound to your account, so she can't use it, sadly. No, so she takes it and she like props it up regardless. And she just goes and lies on the couch while you use another way out. Just lies on her own couch, yeah. So yeah, you leave.
As we go out, like if we're in the corridor, I'm gonna look at Ignysera and be like, "Oh wait, she's like your. Did you want?"
No, it's we're not that closely related.
I feel like you might feel like it after this week. Shared experiences and all that.
Yeah, Lockhart probably will also kind of lean in a bit, like to Ignysera and sort of. To you, she's perhaps one of many distant relations. Vermi doesn't have much on her side, so to Vermi, you might be a lot more. Something to consider.
Ignysera will remember this.
You're like, oh my god. Yeah, I will remember that.
You might be sitting across the table from her one day. You never know.
I mean,
Well, by
more
God's
to the
way.
queen. I mean more to the queen than the queen means to me.
It's both a good and terrifying position to be in, isn't it? Right? But yes. So you head out. Stolt says, "Well, let's get you fed." And then he escorts you to some much lower down level that is effectively converted into some kind of canteen type thing for the staff here. And yeah, these are left there. What's the next plan on the gang's agenda? Because you can all eat, and we can assume that you have eaten and taken at least like an hour's break. So,
Is it time?
Oh,
there is definitely time for an hour's break of some kind. Yes, perhaps some kind of recovery
no,
roll.
It's time for Dinosaur Island.
Dinosaur Island.
Do we actually still hold on to anything that we need to give to Sarah?
No, because remember the plant was taken
have
from
that.
you. Like
Okay,
Margot
right.
was like, "What are you holding that for?"
on the planet.
Yeah.
Do we still want to go to? I look at sort of Falkwin. Like, we got that message. How much do we think whatever happened to Gamble is our job to deal with? Or do we just leave it and go to Dinosaur?
I was going to say, looking at part 17 on my notes page here, going, how much is that murder mystery?
Do we care?
You're already doing a murder mystery.
Well,
We
do
could check it.
we suspect the Rakashans?
I think so. I don't know much about Fiestra Amrith, but
Dinosaur
I don't
Island?
think she's murderous.
Dinosaur Island is on the way west.
Well, on the way
I don't
past the
know.
Arcanatrix. Like,
Well, no. So, like, my suggestion would be we go to the Arcanatrix, learn as much as we can, head to Dinosaur Island as the sort of nice place to stop in the middle on the way to.
I think we have to go
Catland.
to.
We have to go the other side and then back
so,
again.
and then-
user in the
That's the
capital,
easiest
and then you
route.
need to go on the boat straight across, which is the safest route. You go straight across and you hit a town here somewhere.
Storm Island.
And then you go all the way down this coastline until you get to like somewhere like down there. You jump on another boat and go across to Dinosaur Island. That was really difficult to do, by the way. Well done, weather people.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay, so yes, I think a trip to Catland might be warranted, especially since we're going that way anyway.
I love how you've just wrote that continent off as Catland already in Falkwin's mind there. It's just Catland. Yep, they've claimed it all.
It's Catland and Lizardland, right?
And orcs.
Orcs. Is it orcs from lizard? For some reason I thought it was
No,
lizardmen.
there's lizards, orcs, and cat
Okay.
people. Yeah.
I see.
Have we let Sierra know? I was going to say Rosira there.
Yep.
That was really hard not to do. About the kind of discovery we made in Caldera that probably the Iron Roots had solved the Abradak equation. Have we told them that? That might be an in-person conversation.
Yes, we should have that conversation immediately.
I love that just as a statement.
My mind, didn't it?
Just as a statement going, yeah, remember that like the Iron Roots have solved the Abradak equation, so we should maybe tell someone. Like that additional quest line.
Maybe. Along with the why does Chiral look like?
Yeah, Bratanel. So I think when you say like we should maybe have
What
that
happened?
we have that conversation immediately, we can just screen wipe to you guys being in Sarah's office if you want. So yeah, Sarah sat there with a sandwich that she's half eaten, and she's pulled the plate closer to herself when you guys sat down, and just looking at it every so often, being like, "That's my lunch. Don't you just touch it." And she says, "You have done so well, like so far. Like I thought it would take longer to have got the pieces you've got so far, but like yeah. But how much longer am I paying for this open ticket on the boat? Can you give me some kind of indication?"
We're planning on departing on that leg of the journey shortly.
Excellent. This was meant to be more trouble for you, Falkwin. I have to admit, you're making this look easy.
Glad. I take this as a compliment. We're efficient.
Yeah, good. I've got more lists, by the way, when you get back, if you want. Like, this has been great.
Well, yes. Your research is on the Abradak equation, right?
Yeah.
We just got back from Sin. Do you know much about the history of Sin and its architecture?
She just, like, gives you a funny look and, like, raises an eyebrow. Like, her elven, like, ears twitch a little bit. And she goes, "I want to know why you were in Sin."
No.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
She just puts her hand, that's fine.
Actually, we found a plant there.
Right.
We did. Also, my grandmother lives there. We
Right.
Just visit.
Okay. That's good. That's fine.
Reassuring reasons.
She can like
My
narrows
teeth
her
are
eyes.
too sharp with a smile.
She like narrows her eyes between both of you. She goes,
Yes, that's definitely the only reason.
"Okay, that's definitely the reason I want to hear."
Definitely not having a bath with pride.
I look at Fog.
It's true. It's true, though. We didn't do that.
No, so true. We couldn't have done it. It's a volcano.
But the heat alone would kill you. Well,
Indeed.
Anyway, you know that Sin was originally an Iron Root city.
yeah. Where's this going, Falkwin? And do I need to go there too?
Well, you might like to after this.
Okay.
We did, after a fashion, have an audience with one of the devils.
Pride, I'm assuming from your previous.
Perhaps.
Okay.
And they may have mentioned that, or one of their aides may have mentioned, that the city of Sin was designed and built according to the principles of the Abradak equation. They seem to believe that the Iron Roots had solved this many years ago.
Right. Okay. Like, hand just moves to a drawer, like just pulls out a notebook, like undoes the kind of little stringy bit that's holding it together, and then just opens it, and then just like there's a quill in her hand, just starts scribbling stuff. And like, okay, and she's like quickly flicking through a bunch of pages and getting another part, marking another part of her page, like as if she's editing notes. And she's like, right, and then okay. Do we know roughly when the Abradak equation was solved by the Iron Roots? Because there's a lot of conflicting theories about that. Was it before or after the Fey War?
I believe before.
Interesting. Like, again, rummages to another couple of pages, re-scribbles some of the lines out, just scores a big line out in one of them. Okay, he'll be annoyed at that. So, I think I've just won a bet.
Oh, congratulations.
Can you prove any of this?
I think it was sort of posited that the city's existence proved it.
Because it looks screws up, we're like, how?
Something about the volcano and the city, and like it still.
Okay, I'll need to
It
have
looks
a
different.
conversation with Grandmaster Amrith and then see if she can pay for a trip to Sin. And then... Well, looks like I'm going to Sin.
Put in a good word with my grandmother.
That would be wonderful if you could. Perhaps she could facilitate some kind of easier transfer. I don't really fancy the walk.
You know, I wouldn't walk.
No.
I don't know how I'm going to manage that in my head. I will sort that out.
She looks very like, yeah, that sounds great. Like, yeah, like she's all about the idea of, I'm going to go to Sin, I'm going to take a big notebook, I'm going to spend some time there.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
The architecture was interesting.
I could imagine. I feel like I've... Where are my eggshells, Falkwin?
Yes, that is the next step.
Yes, I feel like if I could have my, promotion, let's say, in place, I would more likely get funding to go.
Indeed.
Especially if
that makes lots of sense.
Especially if it furthers the Aberdac research.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Also, surely you want to graduate. You're like, shakes her head. Your contributions to this alone will get you your wizard degree.
That is on the to-do list as well. I, Sean, also feel personally attacked.
Yes, I know. To be fair, though, I did state this a lot before I realised you were going for your degree, okay? Like, there was a lot of you getting your magical degree before you were getting your real degree in my head, okay? Also, you're helping someone with their thesis, right? You're not having to write the Aberdac thesis yet.
I feel like we're more like... I feel like Falkwin's been drafted in as like an intern here.
100%. Oh, you do owe her a massive fucking favour.
Yes. Yeah.
Is the Arcanatrix one of the old buildings from before the war, or is that post-war?
No, this was built in the city. This was not built of the city. Yeah.
Good phrasing.
Thank you.
So, Grandmaster... I forget.
Amrit.
Is Amblin the new... Amrin?
Amrith.
Abreth.
Amrith.
Amrith. Okay.
Yeah.
That time's the charm.
Yep. Is it Viesta Amrith? I think I said Viestra. Yeah, Viestra Amrith. Played by Gina Torres. Gina Torres. We gotta love Gina. Yes.
I don't know her well. How's things?
Hey, all things considering, like it's. I mean, well, it's terrible news. Obviously, Gamble was well liked, and yeah,
it seemed very sudden.
There's not a lot of information, unfortunately. We were kind of just told it would all be updated as and when the investigation happened, but the warlocks took charge of that, so it shrugs.
Will there be a service for him?
Nothing has been scheduled yet. I think respect for the unknown, and she waves vaguely in the air, unknowns of the situation. I think they would rather be able to put him to rest rather than have a service and then have people still mourning the lack of what happened. So basically the answer is no, because they don't know what happened and they don't want to say rest in peace when people won't.
Yeah.
Is there a named senior investigator responsible, or is it just the Warlock office?
Probably. Let's get their name right now.
What, the Warlock Investigator coming up?
Oh, I love how
Let's just go on Dinosaur Island.
my favourite part of this is the fact that we're adding a new quest, and
Yeah.
the first thing to come up is pet dog name generator, apparently. So let me go to fantasy lore. Let me get a name, and let's see what we get. Oh, that's such a good name, but I'm not going to use it. Hogham Onyx Maker is such a fucking good name, but I'm not using it.
It sounds like another dwarf one. What was
Well, I clicked on dwarf names. Yeah, I pick random races for these generators.
I decided on Falkwin's surname, by the way.
Yeah, finally.
La Framboise.
La Framboise.
La Framboise.
Oh,
It's
La
French
Framboise.
for. I think it's French for the raspberry.
Okay. That's good. I like it. I will not remember that, so please, you have to remember that for all of us.
I did write it down.
Yes. Put it also in a chat somewhere and label it your surname. So when I type Falkwin's surname, it comes up.
I will also confuse myself by writing down Hogham on this page and nothing else.
Hogham Onyx Maker, yeah.
Yeah.
Warlock Head. I need to make a note of this. Head, because I'm saying it's a person now. Head Investigator. And they are simply known as Kilda.
Kilda.
Kilda. Kilda. And
Kilda.
they kill? Duh.
Just as a fun note, that is also the name of this jumper pack.
amazing. Okay, I'm sorry I'm attacking everybody with my fucking storytelling, okay?
I love it. So much. I'm like, oh.
I need to rein in my intuition a bit then, that's what I'm hearing. Okay.
Ooh.
Do they have their own island?
Saint Kilda. Well, I had to stop myself saying their nickname's the Saint. I had to stop myself saying that.
Oh, that sounds like a good investigation show.
Yeah, right. Thing is, though, right, like, I was at Kelvin Grove Museum today, and St. Kilda was on a wall, so why the fuck not? Yeah,
Yes, everyone should go visit. It's not doing so well.
yeah,
They have a
Alright.
dinosaur.
yeah, they're good. It's a good place. Lovely building.
Yeah, do they have a dinosaur? I think.
Everywhere.
St Kilda or the
Long
museum?
since
The museum.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ask me about it after the stream.
Go to museums, folks, and donate something. So, because a lot of them let you in for free. Anyway, Kilda. Warlock Kilda.
Okay.
Yeah. And we know that Warlock's the rank, also. Because we know that in the Arcanatrix, just for anybody that doesn't know anything about the Arcanatrix, that's the magic association in this world. You go in as a student known as a mage. Once you qualify, you get your wizardry degree effectively, and you qualified as a wizard. You can then go practice magic in the world for money, effectively, legally. And then if you want to stay on, you can become a master wizard and train other people, which is awesome. And if you want to really, really push up, you can go to become the Grand Master, which is the head of the Arcanatrix. We did have Grandmaster Gemble, sadly he was killed, and now we've got Viestra Amrith in his place. And if you want to go into battle magic specifically, it's the Warlocks that you go to. So these are titles rather than types of magic, I guess. Since magic is magic as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, they name drop Kilda, and yeah, very little is known. Like, none of you know the name Kilda. Like, it's not a name that's kind of crossed your minds before. But yeah, other than that, that's kind of the information Sarah has as far as she's also not taking much to do with the investigate. Let's face it, her job is to, I guess, sit back and let Falkwin do her thesis for her. So yeah. But she's trying to become a master wizard, I think is what the main gist of her thing is. Like, she's, wanting to pretty much solidify her place in those ranks. Because she's basically doing her, like, secondment type thing right now by being mentors to people like Falkwin, and then, taking classes and stuff to get used to that, but cannot qualify anyone because they're not a master wizard. They need to become a master wizard to qualify people as wizards. So the cool thing is, you'll probably get her rank, and then she can give you yours, which is kind of cool.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Yes, the reason we ask about the investigation, if we are heading west, that will involve travelling through Rakishan territory. And not to point any fingers.
Surely you mean
Especially
unclaimed
not-
territory.
Well,
She gave you like that very like, it's officially unclaimed. Because the desert wastes are the desert wastes. It was the former Saurian Empire. And yeah, she's like, let's not give them more credit than they're due, Falkwin.
Well, we will be travelling through land where there's a reasonable chance that we might encounter Rakishans.
Likely.
And areas that may be partially controlled by them. And Falkwin kind of glances around. Not that I would officially make any such accusations, but
She leans in, eating a corner of her sandwich.
given recent events and their particular meddling in Cascade affairs and the whole crystal situation, my thinking is that it's possible they may have had something to do with Grandmaster Amblin's death.
Gamble.
Amble?
Amblin's the moon one.
Amblin's moon guy, right.
Yes. And Dwell has the butterfly friend.
Philip. Philip the butterfly. Yeah, so like Sierra takes that information in and she kind of looks at you a bit funny and she goes, that's a bit big, Falkwin. What do you think?
Potentially. We've been dragged into some big things already. I have a bad feeling that we're cursed to be continually dragged into big things.
Like some kind of main character in a novel.
It'd be good to be prepared.
What do you want? Some kind of water bottle to spray them with? Like what's the, like what can I do?
Is it possible to get a copy of Master Gamble's thesis?
Probably. Might look a bit suspicious though. You'd probably have to ask the Grand Master.
I look at Falkwin.
She's actually she's in her office 2 floors up if you want.
Sloppy shoulder time. Get them out of here.
Well,
So the Gamble's thesis was on the Rakishan
The
Empire, right? Yeah.
was it on magic within the Rakishan Empire? Because we're a magic school.
Yes, it
That
was.
might be quite worth knowing.
I can't remember the exact wording I said it was on, if I even did specify, but I think it was something like the rise of the Solar Emperor or something stupid like that. Like it might have been something as grandiose as that. But it was probably definitely a magical focused thesis for obvious reasons. It's the Arcanatrix. But yes. But again, anyone that wants to go back and watch that episode of that YouTube video and tell me what I said back then, which was how many months ago now? Yeah, and the new now is it was that. So
We may speak with her about this.
well, if you want the thesis, you probably have to. Like,
Yes.
I don't really want any fingers pointed at me. I really liked Gamble. He was really good. He was really nice to me, at least. He'll be missed.
Kind.
Do you have any personal theories between us?
About who would want him killed? No. Like, he did his job really well.
Anyone
Actually, I had a really bad
outside?
thought.
Do you think anyone outside the Arcanatrix might have?
More likely, yeah. Like, I don't think it was anyone
Yeah.
within the Arcanatrix. And
It
Gamble,
strikes me as-
Gamble was definitely more of a give them a second and third chance rather than kick them out type Grandmaster. If you didn't match up to the expectations of the Arcanatrix, he made sure people were there that spoke your language to get you there. He believed in people's potential. It's why I'm here doing all these additional classes. Why I'm teaching bloody you. I'm not a master wizard yet, but he's like, well, you'll never be one unless you get the experience.
It does seem likely to me that if someone was to want him dead, it would be so that they could exert influence over how the Arcanatrix is run and how our knowledge is maintained.
So
Yeah.
she puts like her hands up, like they just like start rubbing the temples of her. Haven't you just been acquitted?
Or is investigating the murder of...
No, but accusing the Grand Master, which that sounded
Oh, no,
very
no,
much
no.
like.
No,
Should
I don't think she has anything to do with it.
Right, but you were saying someone that had a lot to gain.
I'm saying that if someone outside the Arcanatrix thought that Gamble was...
Also,
a bit
who's
too
in a
good for
position
us.
to get rid of someone that powerful? Wasn't like he was defenseless.
That's true.
Mm.
Might have been caught off guard.
Out of interest. Might not be related. Probably isn't. Has a bee arrived?
She gives you like a final. Oh, yes, Posy.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's that about?
We found her in a cave
As a bee or as a person?
as a bee.
As a bee.
Is she still a bee?
Not currently. No.
Oh, love.
I think she's visiting family,
Oh, good.
but
She didn't arrive and sting anybody.
So is someone else a bee?
yes, someone's a bee at the moment. Just, I think there's a bunch of the kind of wizards that have volunteered just as a project to share. I think there's maybe 8 or 9 of them that share that.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Of course,
That's interesting.
they all want to know what it's like to be a bee.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
To be immortal.
there is. Oh, so you're aware of that? Yes, the research that Posey provided did seem to suggest that there may or may not be some longevity inherent within. I can't believe I'm saying this. The bee,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
but it does seem that it is. Someone must be the bee now.
Yes, that's
Which
also-
I did pose the question over lunch with a colleague. Just well, if she became the bee, who did she release?
What a question.
Right?
Oh, no.
She says it like munching on her sandwich.
Okay.
What came first, the posy or the bee?
Yeah.
Hey, why did none of you think of that?
Mm.
Like, because it like just randomly turned into one. I'm gonna have to look at my notes. Oh, no.
No.
Also, I don't think Posey said she had any family. When you questioned her on that.
Posy.
Mm,
Oh, no.
Posey's at large.
Posy. She's the big bad.
Why would she give away her most powerful asset, being an immortal bee?
Right?
Luckily, we can rule her out as a suspect. You know, she's good, but she can't. She was a bee with us when Campbell died.
She might have stung.
Was she?
Oh, right, yeah.
Was
She
she
was
though?
literally with
Because she was
us.
with KT. Depends how quickly she got here. We got that news in Caldera.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
That
did
was
we?
my- Yeah, that was my worry. I was like, what if the bee arrived and panicked and stung him and he died?
Turns out he was deadly
Okay.
allergic to bee stings.
Yeah.
His one
was
weakness.
wrong.
Storm.
I thought you got the message earlier than that, but okay. No.
It does feel like it was.
No, it was.
Apologies.
He's right. That's okay. You were in Caldera when that happened. Yeah. So.
Okay. No.
Yeah.
Back on the menu then.
So, what is your current agenda, gang? Are we staying talking to Sierra more, or
we should go.
are you going to go have a chat with the Grand Master?
Oh, God.
Do we want the thesis? Do we want to get involved with the murder investigation?
We can go. I think we're in the corridor now brainstorming. We could offer our condolences, but say that we were hoping to speak with Gamble because we are about to go to the other continent. And we feel his research would be helpful. Is it still possible to get a copy? Again, our deepest condolences on the loss of the Arcanatrix. I think we go with that. I don't think we mention we're suspicious about everybody.
You.
I think that's a good approach.
Yeah?
I think it ultimately has a lot of truth to it. I think we all feel the loss.
Mostly Alexander.
It also might be good for us to have shown our faces in case we need to message back here for help at any point. Oh, I've been practicing a thing. I'll show you later, Falkwin. But I think I can now project like myself to a place and like send a message that way. I don't think I can hear anything. I think it's just like a Princess Leia. But it can be me for 10 minutes.
I love the idea that Myr'ra's like, I think it's like a Princess Leia.
You know that
What's
play
Princess Leia?
Yeah.
that came in like all those parts? It was so popular. Like I went when I was a kid, my parents took me.
This is funny because
Like I
Falkwin
literally
can
read
kind of do.
so many things, and that's the one that I was like, that one, I want that one.
This is funny because Falkwin can kind of do the exact inverse of that, where he can't project himself to somewhere, but he can like receive messages that are being given to somewhere else. Like he can
we
project
can
his.
By your powers combined, use a telecommunication network.
Because I don't think I can hear what they're saying, but if you put your consciousness, you can hear the reply.
Yes.
We've
So
got
the two of us together.
We're going to test
I think they're saying okay. Yeah, they're saying okay. Tell them we know it's okay. They know it's okay.
Yeah.
Hi, that's a really good combo. Yeah.
And well, you can be psychically linked as well.
Yeah.
So that way you can like speed that up.
Keep doubling this all up.
Oh god. The headaches that everyone's gonna have is ridiculous.
Yeah, you then just psychic link someone else into that, and just you kill them with psychic feedback.
Just loop in, obviously, the heart piercer. Hope the feedback amplifies massively. Yes.
And Posey, because you know, as you notice, whoever the bee is at the moment.
The immortal bee, the capacitor bee. But yes, so. He's heading to try and get an audience with the Grand Master Viestra Amrith. Yeah?
Yeah, I think that's the best route forward.
Yeah, like you head towards like the Grand Master kind of, I guess, let's call it a tower, because that's more exciting. You head to the Grand Master Tower, and the kind of closer you get, the kind of more like cinnamony the air smells. So you can smell a bit of cinnamon. And then you get there, and she's sat behind her desk, her feet up on the desk, and she's hugging a mug like it's her best friend. And she's got like her lips just kind of like resting on the kind of lip of the mug. She's kind of staring off into space. Remember, this is Gina Torres, everyone. A very badass tall lady.
Academics are the same everywhere.
Yeah.
No matter where you go, there's always a mug of a hot beverage.
Vital, and that's where the cinnamon smells obviously like coming from. The whatever she's drinking, and like as soon as you guys like start coming down the corridor, because like the big double doors into there like just stare down this like pretty much single file corridor. There's no other doors in this corridor. But as you get to the top of the stairs, it goes straight to there, and her eyes just like move from like staring off into space down the corridor to everyone, and then she like doesn't really move, just like sips, and then sits the cup down, takes her feet off by the time you even get to the door, then she like turns and sits there and goes, "Come in. I'm surprised to see you after recent events. I figured you would be out celebrating." My name is still getting used to that. Grand Master Viestra Amrith. I have not met many of you.
I think I took one of your classes once.
Kind of nods.
It was very informative.
She nods.
Really inspiring.
And she says, yes, thank you. I recognize both of you, but I don't think the others are students, are you?
No, these are our companions. And I gesture for everyone to introduce themselves.
Lockhart probably will step forward. Say, Lockhart Dourf. I do some business in the capital.
She smirks at that.
And he will.
You've done some business on Felix also, haven't you?
Oh, I find myself here and there.
Yes, maybe find yourself here more often. You might be a person of interest to me.
If there's anything that you find of interest, I would happy to oblige. I would like to give my condolences. I'm sure others will wish to convey similar, but I did not get as much chance to meet with your predecessor than I wished, but I was quite aware of his work, and his loss is something that we will all feel.
She kind of like nods, and you can see like she's muttering something. It's clearly like a prayer or something, Church of Light prayer, that she mutters. Just one of these like absent-minded phrases people would say automatically. And then she says, "Thank you. Trying times for the Arcanatrix, and sadly the city as well. This continent, bless you." She looks at you, Falkwin, and then
I hope it didn't key into
nothing. And then she says, "Yes, quite the loss for the entire continent, unfortunately."
Do we know what church Gamble might have followed?
No, it's never come up. So
Is that something that Lockhart might have known?
unlikely, unless you spoke to him about his religion.
Not to him, but it's something he might just have followed from some of his works and things.
If you spend XP, I'll tell you that you can just have created a scenario where it came up.
I was just hoping to roll intellect.
No, it seems too out of left field, unfortunately, for that one. But yes, mostly because we should be using player intrusions, so let's use them more often. But yeah, no. So she mutters that. She kind of obviously says, loss for the continent, and then she can obviously I assume everybody else introduces themselves. Just it's quite the varied companions. She kind of says, but she's being polite about the whole thing, right? Like she's definitely like a, there's this the air she carries herself with is what's this about, ultimately, right? You can tell she was enjoying a 5-minute quiet spell, and she says, "Is there something that I can do for you all? Or was it simply to offer your condolences, which are appreciated?"
To get straight to the point, we are in the middle of an errand for Wizard Sira,
Of course.
which is about to take us to what's the name of the other continent?
Felix.
Felix.
Yep.
Felix. Yep. I had this when I asked the question. My brain provided the answer. It's
Good.
funny how that happened. That is about to take us to Felix, and we actually had planned on speaking to Grandmaster Gamble about this, specifically about the Rakashans and their current
Well, I hope you have some
situation
necromancy skills then, Falkwin.
Yes, it's unfortunate, of course, in so many ways.
Yes, I don't imagine
But-
pulling a soul back from the cycle would be welcome.
No, just Falcon kind of.
Yeah, and you can tell there's a very much a case of, well, that's not going to happen now, is it? Like, tone from her.
However, although we can't speak to him in person, we were hoping to gain access to some of his research materials, in particular, perhaps his thesis.
Those are currently restricted, as you can imagine, given that there is a lot of suspicion around his death. Hence why I chose to say killed in the message going to every Arcanatrix member. There was some
That
debate.
was noted.
There was also some debate to even include mages, but I felt you are also part of the Arcanatrix, and thus threat extends to you all. It's her way of saying, like, I also gave a fuck about you guys, right? Like, that's kind of her way of saying it. Like, but also her way of going, I'm in charge now.
With this in mind, and given that our quest is taking us to Felix, well, is that something that you're comfortable with to start with?
Why wouldn't I be? If it's to further, if I recall correctly, she, like, just her eyes rapidly move. And just, if I recall correctly, Sira is working on the Aberdac equation.
Yes.
Then, yes, I can't even comprehend the sheer volume of things we could do with the Aberdac equation.
Indeed. I'm trying to avoid, given how things have gone with Sira previously. I'm trying to avoid implying that Falkwin is suspicious of the Rakashans in Gamble's death. Should I? Like,
I feel like she's almost implied not the Rakashans, but there might be something in his research. Because why has it been restricted if they don't think there's some sort of clue in there?
I think yous are all bright enough to know that, like, I mean, I think Lockhart revealed that it was Rakashan thesis to the group, and if there is that correlation, the idea that you suspect maybe the Rakashans, because you're kind of basing it on that in the first place, that maybe it was too close to it because of the whole gem thing or whatever, and their appearance in Cascade City. Restricting that research would make sense. If she was also suspicious of the Rakashans.
Yeah.
So it doesn't rule it out. But it does imply there might be someone here still as well. Right? It's like, we'll restrict it and we'll see who asks for it.
Oh. Put ourselves back on a list somewhere.
Hi, I've got an Arc 5 to write, okay?
But we can stop you from getting there.
okay. Player agency then.
What was that 2 seconds ago? We've not left the player agency moment.
We're player agency within the player agency.
Yeah.
This was me kind of discussing. Now here's the actual question. I would like to just put the chips down, as Falkwin always does.
Okay. They object.
As long as you point out that we were in sin when we got that message. Please and thank you very much. I have a reputation, but I haven't killed any mages recently.
So, here's something that can both Falkwin and Myr'ra roll intellect. It's a magical knowledge-based roll.
Okay.
So deal with that as your skill sets do, and let me know what your results are.
Magic training count?
Yeah, definitely.
Use magic law.
Yep.
I get 1 effort for free. I get 2 effort for the cost of 1. I've got an edge of 4 now.
Nice.
Feels good.
Nice.
Nice.
Are you spending 1?
I might just spend 2 effort on this
Okay.
and spend 1 intellect.
Okay.
Just to flex.
Okay, so your roll.
I rolled a 3.
Okay, and you're adding, what was that, 12 you were adding to it?
Yeah.
If I recall.
15.
Okay, it's not bad. And what about yourself?
Mhm.
So you got 12 and you're adding 15 as well. No, you're adding 9. So is that 21? Yeah. So we'll get 15 and 21, yeah. Yeah. Off the back of what Nori said, remember we were in Sin at the time, it now suddenly dawns on you why she messaged every member of the Arcanatrix. Because it also tells her where you are.
Mm.
So it's almost like as if, where is everyone now?
Like a giant tech status. Wow, that's
So-
cool.
That's pretty smart.
And that moment maybe dawns on our two mages or two Arcanatrix members. The fact is like, oh, that does make sense because she could now
Yeah.
catalogue where everybody was
Mm-hmm.
because everybody accepted that call.
Yeah.
She clickbaited everybody.
Clever.
I mean, yeah, like you can see why she was picked by Gamble to take his place eventually, right? She was his choice.
Yeah.
So I know there's not really a reason for anyone to suspect her, other than her wanting the job quicker, right? Which, meh, because he
Yeah.
picked her to be next anyway. And from anyone you'd have spoke to, or everybody knows she's competent, like he was. You don't put people in charge of this place if they are not competent. So yeah. But yeah, you can deal with that information how you wish, but you can definitely tell that she has been on the ball regarding this. Anything else you want to talk to her about? Other than the fact that I mean, yeah, like...
Do we...
I mean,
I think we could still push the... can you make an exception for us because we are going to the continent? And any information would be helpful before we push the... Because I think we can probably assume that she maybe also has suspicions. But if we say that out loud, she maybe has to cut us off.
Mm-hmm. We could offer to undercover. Because we'll be going there anyway.
Part
and
17.
We have our own legitimate reasons for being there. So,
We've added 3 more questions. I love that.
like, while we're there, we
I was
might
so
as
hard not
well...
to offer to do you need any help investigating?
Good though, I like that as a writer. It's nice that you give a fuck about ongoing story stuff. It's just that we're on part 17, guys.
Yeah.
This doesn't need to be... Well, but...
Should we try that first? Should we
Yeah.
try... Because we've asked her once, and we haven't pushed back on the... We understand the necessity of... Okay.
Go for it.
In the moment. We understand the necessity of restricting access to anything the Grandmaster was involved in while you investigate what happened. But as we are going to the continent his research was about, we would really appreciate any forewarning or information that we could gain. And he was known to be an expert in this area.
She kind of looks around the room as if looking for almost strength somewhere, right? Like that kind of glancing. She goes, why is it anytime you tell students no?
It's because it makes it more mysterious, and it's the unknown and the unknowns.
And the unknown is why you're here. Yes, I understand the answer to my own question, thank you. And she's not saying that in a grumpy way, she's just saying it in a kind of exacerbated parent way.
Yeah. And Myr'ra was very much I've been asked a question by a lecturer, I must respond.
Yeah. The academia is strong. She goes, so what you're saying is if I unrestrict this material for you, you'll put it to good use on the other continent. To what end? The Aberdac equation, hopefully?
That's our aim. And to not stumble or cause any unwanted drama through lack of knowledge.
Right. Sure, fine.
Myr'ra was definitely trying to come up with the next argument. Oh, thank you.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you kill Gamble?
No, absolutely not.
Then have the research and go. Do something good with it. He would want that.
Okay.
Go.
And we go. Yeah. I think I would, as we go.
Helagith will make sure it's unrestricted for you.
Falkwin is kind of
Yeah.
You forget about the librarian, Helgus, yeah.
I think like Myr'ra wants to offer like obviously like in deep sadness, but like congratulations on
Yeah, like
you are the right person for the like again that kind of like remembering back to Electra, who was obviously like a relatively important like moment of like this is what like magic can be. But in that kind of
I'll see if I can find out what class she taught as well, because that could be an interesting bit of flavour for it, right? So let's see. Random magic subjects classes generator. Let's see what it comes up with. Let's see if I like what I think. Oh, I just love the first suggestion here, which is gender and race in pre/non-magical film/literature. It's just that sounds really interesting anyway.
I would do that course.
Yeah, that sounds really, really good. Let's see. Any of these? The anthropology of food sounds terrifying. Yeah. I don't know if any of those are good. There's a lot of these that I can't. So obviously, there's one here that's psychology of death and immortality, which I think sounds fucking fascinating, right? But I don't think I can give her something so charged in the current story.
Yeah. And she has already said, like, souls return to the cycle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, don't fuck with that, is what she said. She's also prayed, so we know that she at least observes religion as well. Oh, hell yeah. It was drugs, spells, potions, and the behaviour they have on the mortal form.
Yes.
Like, hell yeah. I need to write it down. That was the class that she taught. So, drugs, spells, potions, and behaviours in the mortal form. That's the class that she taught. So I think her like, I guess, field of study was primarily like she probably made her grades on the effects magic have on people as a like the radiation-y side of it all, right?
Yeah.
That's definitely like where she made it. So she's probably someone that's been deeply involved in making the teleporting safer and safer. That makes her sound really fucking cool. I like her now even more. Thank you, Reddit, that gave me that. Yeah, there's some really good stuff on that list, but damn, was that possibly just a nice in-depth part of her background. But obviously she was smart enough to label it drugs straight up front. Who's not going to sign up for that as a student at Magic University? But yeah, so do you offer your...
Yeah, I think kind of like as we...
Yeah, everybody else like leaves, you hang back a bit.
Yeah. It's obviously not ideal circumstances, and our condolences have been offered, but I was very happy to hear your name as his replacement. You really made this real when I started here.
Like, her entire like posture shifts when you do that, like as if she's not like, her shoulders aren't as like tight. But she now, like, it's almost more like pride, I guess. Like there is a mark of like, oh, like kind of genuinely touched by what you said.
Yeah.
And like her face like softens a bit, and she smiles quite warmly, and she says, "You know, I needed to hear that today."
I think we rarely celebrate the good when we reflect on the things that formed us. I wish you luck with this, and let us know if we can help.
She kind of like smiles, goes, "And what is it you're going to do to get your master?"
Oh,
because I definitely think someone like you should be teaching here.
I think, yeah, Myr'ra's like thinking of like all the being out in the world and how sort of overwhelming that is. But going, I think I need a little bit more time out in the world.
Yes, don't be stuck indoors.
Agreed. and she'll sort of like whatever like weird
Yeah.
magic-y bow type thing,
Mhm.
and kind of like scuttle off after our friends.
I don't know, like maybe there's like a cool magic-y sigil that you can trace in there with like
Yeah.
magic, like a nice neon-y thing you can do as a little like
Yeah.
fun thing. You know,
Mhm.
like a secret handshake,
Yeah.
but for mages. You know.
Not that I'm a broken record, but you just reminded me of something that exists in Ars Magica.
Right. Okay.
Where, so in Ars Magica, every wizard has their own kind of. It's called your sigil.
Right. Okay.
It's
Yeah.
sort of like your calling card, where
Right.
every single spell you cast has this incorporated
Mhm.
into it somehow. So it's a bit like, you know how in Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, when Major Armstrong is doing any alchemy, it always has the little sort of his smiley face on it.
Mhm.
It's sort of like that. So like any spell you cast, like
Yeah, it's like
if your sigil is like, maybe it's like a little flash of blue light.
it's your
Something
fingerprint,
like that.
effectively. Yeah, your
Yeah.
magical fingerprint. Yeah.
And everyone's magic kind of has this somehow.
Yeah, it makes it easier to track shit. So yeah, I definitely like this as something that like you're meant to be a wizard when you do it, right? It's one of those things that you need to be of rank to do it effectively, but there's definitely cheeky mages that, you know, obviously dare each other to do it to see if anything bad happens. But yeah, it's effectively like just the sigil of the Arcanatrix, like whatever that looks like. So just the anarchy symbol. And then yeah, like she'll just trace it back. It's effectively like a wave.
Yeah.
And yeah, use part ways. Where do you? What's next, gang? Heading to the library.
Grab the
Well,
reset.
We,
Get out
we
of bed.
didn't ask her whether we could play undercover investigators.
You don't need to
We want
ask
to
to play.
Yeah.
You can
That's
just do
true.
it.
That's
Yeah.
Was it permission
I
and
don't think you
forgiveness?
can
Yeah,
find it.
like
Yeah.
you're really good at
Yeah.
asking forgiveness. We've established that. Bedamned with permission.
Yeah. We might even be canonically the best people currently alive.
Yeah.
At that.
Yeah, like legit.
I think we've caused much gossip in this city today about how on earth we
Yeah,
manage that.
We caused the international government to change the law instead of making it look like we were wrong.
it's impressive, right? That's the takeaway from this campaign. That's it. It's that you changed the government of the continent and the laws and such. Anyway,
We could have just admitted we were wrong, but no, the government's wrong.
so you get to the library.
Before we get there,
Mm-hmm. Dear.
way back when we last met Helagith,
Mm-hmm.
we discovered that her cat was missing.
Yeah, there's
We
it.
did,
Yep,
yes.
yep.
Did we get a description of that cat?
I think there's like a poster and stuff. Yeah.
Is
We-
the
we-
poster still up? Or did we find it?
We found out because Lockhart read her mind.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That makes more sense.
So, did you discover what type it was? And
I think so.
I think Nori's going hunting is what I'm saying while you make your way to the library just to try and
You're gonna go hunt.
keep her a little bit happier with our friend at the top of the screen there.
I don't think you're gonna find her missing cat in the time it takes you to get to the library from her office. If that's what your plan is, or are you going to tell them go be busy for like 8 hours, so I can go hunt the city for a bit? Because you could do that if you wanted, or you could just go buy a cat that matches the description.
Yeah, that's
So
the flip side of this conversation.
yeah, you tell me what you want to
Okay,
do.
we're
We
going to
could,
the library then.
okay. Hey, again, you can postpone the library for 8 hours. It's not like that takes us 8 hours to do. It's up to you, but you would need a lot of time to search Cascade City. It's big. So, what's the plan? And if she hasn't found it, and she's a master wizard. Helagith Silverthorn.
I'm still tempted.
You should. I mean, it's up to. It's you to pitch it to the group. What's the plan? An 8-hour binge in a pub somewhere while Nori surprisingly doesn't stay and drink and goes off hunting for a cat.
Oh no. No.
The cat ends up actually being in the pub.
Yeah.
I swear, I'm looking for the cat.
Just an idea.
Yeah,
Just a
like
bit of an
it's-
idea.
yeah. Not pitching it to the group though, no.
No, it's going to take 8 hours. No.
I mean, you'd need time to search the city, unless you have a plan that involves you getting a cat quicker.
Well, to be fair, the only. Okay. No, we'll go to the library and then I'll play it from there.
Okay.
Because Nori's going to get bored in the library if you guys are all researching. So he's going to wander. He'll go looking for a cat.
Okay.
Can I add it quickly to the goals?
I mean, you can definitely add it to the goals. Like, you've known about it for a while, like find Helligeth's cat. But you might want to go to the library and just ask her if her cat's still missing first.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
We go kidnap
That's
her
right.
cat. Then here, we found your cat. Yeah, I found it.
So anyway, who's
guys, I don't want to see Helligeth. I don't really want to go to the library.
Which is why I wanted to get the cat. You could hand it over.
well, who's going in?
I could just go.
Yes,
I'm
yes,
gonna
please.
yeah. I don't think I was here for this bit, but also I assume as an archivist type student, me and Helligeth probably get on okay.
Probably, considering Falkwin's description was like, oh yeah, describe her in 2 words, and I think it was utter bitch or something. Were those 2 words? I'm like, wow, we didn't even try and hold back. It was just, yep. So yeah, I think you and her probably got on really well. Like,
probably in that kind
I'll
of
go in with you.
there's probably like some like almost degree of apprenticeship vibed. Like maybe your whole point of like your wanting to become a master is to deal with the organizational side of magic, and that's Helligeth's entire bag. Yeah.
Collection of information.
Yeah, and also the distribution and access of it, right, as well, is quite a big deal, which is quite poignant to the restrictions recently. But yeah, so you and Ignysera, like Lockhart, Falkwin, and Nori, pub. Like, what's the plan for you 3?
I mean, we could also go to the Warlock's office.
Yeah, you want to head to the Warlock's room? Or Lockhart, do you want to go into the library?
Lockhart does want to read the page, but Warlock's office sounds fun.
Okay, so we know that we've got 2 definitely for the library. Lockhart, pick now. Big room full of books, or the Warlock office.
I think Lockhart probably would say to Myr'ra and Ignysera, being like, anything that you can pick up on Felix, literally anything, probably worth grabbing. Any information we can get is going to be our to advantage, but I think you will go to the Warlock's office.
And I think there's like a very subtextual reason of I'm going to go babysit these 2. Yep. So use part ways, different corridors, etc. Use head into the library. Behind the big information desk is not Helligeth, but someone who's like lying unconscious on a pile of books.
Is it Posey?
The butterfly.
Like they've just fallen asleep?
Yeah.
Or like they've been knocked out?
No, like that, like they're just snoozing.
Okay.
Their butterflies in control.
Is it well?
You could go and try and prod them if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
sorry.
And then there's
No?
like, oh, it's me. I don't think I need to say who it is, do I?
I'm Esther.
Hello. And he picks up glasses and just puts them on. They're Helligeth's glasses that she's left behind. And he puts them on and he goes, and he's just looking over the glass because they're like very tiny half-rim things. And he's like, oh, I see you much better now there. Have you seen Philip?
I look around for Philip.
Yeah, like Philip's above a bookshelf, just fluttering about.
He seems to be over there.
Ah, yes, I did ask him to sort out those books. Yes, he seems to be doing an excellent job.
Great.
Were you talking?
Oh, we were here to see Helligeth.
Helligeth.
About
Oh, these are hers. If you find her, pass them on.
I take them and like very
Yeah.
fold them. Okay.
And they're delicate enough that they actually fold in half, at like the nose, and they all like fold up, and very dainty. And he just kind of smiles at you.
Mm-hmm. We'll go look for her. I'm gonna grab Ignysera and just go into the last step. I'm so sorry. I'm finding it hard work.
Yeah.
I can't see why.
Like Ignysera's met Duel before, right? Like, have you not been dragged
Yeah,
into?
yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say you've met Duel before, Master Duel, when he always tries to.
Also, I was like, what
Yeah, yeah. And like there just used to be like students doing the normal thing in the library, right? Supposedly studying. Some people talking and giggling about like some rude pictures, diagrams, in some books and stuff as well. Some people turning books upside down and then watching as the book writes itself back up.
Yeah.
Like yeah.
I like resort of
Yeah.
books that's been put on the wrong shelf.
Can't help yourself, just have to like.
Yeah, like Myr'ra's probably spent a lot of her time as a mage in here.
I used to
Like,
do that.
if not in an official apprenticeship, then in an unofficial.
It's probably why
study and help out.
I like to believe that maybe it's how you fell into the archivist job, is that you were just doing it anyway, so Helga's like, well, you'll turn up at this time tomorrow.
Okay. That's later than I normally show up.
It's like basically adopted by her that way. She probably doesn't vibe with that many people, sadly. So, yeah.
She didn't fight with Falkwin.
I've also got a great person for her now, because I was rewatching a show that I really, really like, and I realised that I've maybe based it on her maybe more than I thought. Let me just get you an image of this person.
I don't remember whether we established whether she actually dislikes Falkwin or whether Falkwin just thinks she does.
I think it's definitely that you think she does, but you've also probably just been Falkwin about things, and thus assumed that she dislikes you because of how blunt Falkwin can be. Yeah, these are some good pictures.
I also feel like as well the magic like item kind of like that side of the arcana trick is maybe a bit more like sciencey explosion-y. Which probably doesn't mesh well with books. Or like you've come in like dripping with like I've been doing alchemy experiments and now I've touched you're maybe from like a branch of the arcana tricks that she's like, they make my books dirty.
So that is definitely who I see
Says,
as her. It was
oh, she's younger than I imagined.
she's an elf.
Ah.
That's fair. Actually, that's
Yep.
fair.
Yeah, she's also like the Silverthorn rank of elf, right? Because remember, there is quite a tier system. The Ironroots are top, then the Gold Leaves, then the Silverthorns, then the Bronzebark. But yes, that actress was also the one that was in like was it Spider-Man 2 or whatever, like the Tobey Maguire one, where she was like the dainty neighbour girl that was like definitely a better match for Peter.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but she plays a librarian in a show called The Magicians, and she's excellent. And it's now just who I can't see Helga as anyone else now. So yeah, excellent character in the show. Excellent show as well. But yes, so you go around the library. Obviously, do you even know where to look for restricted materials?
I assume I would know where to look.
Yeah, you would want to speak to the person in charge of the library. Yep. You don't see Helga in the library at all. Like, the only person that is sat where Helga should be standing is Master Duel.
I'm going to go back up to Master Duel. Did Helga say where she was going?
Probably.
Okay. Grandmaster Amrit said we could have access to restricted materials.
Okay, which ones?
Master Gamble's thesis.
Oh, Gamble's thesis. Has he finished that already?
Yes.
Good lad.
He is.
Kind of just nods.
And he would like us to read his research.
Oh, okay. Wait here. Philip! And like Philip flutters down and just sits like on the desk, which is like the sign-in book for the library or whatever, and just like sits on the top page. He goes, "Watch the desk," and off he wanders into the back. Yeah,
Can I peer behind the desk?
Sure. Yeah. You'd like
I'm
lean
trying
over.
to see, like, does it seem
Helga's
weird to
lying
me
down
that
there.
Helga would have left her glasses?
I mean, maybe, but it might have just been that she was in a rush.
Okay.
Are you concerned that Duel
I am
has killed Helga
No,
after her corpse behind the desk?
I'm concerned that something has happened. I'm not concerned that dwells. Maybe I
The
should.
cat was
Perfect, guys.
just like a ruse to get, to get her to wander away, and then she's been kidnapped as well.
No. Add her to my check status list.
Oh, amazing.
Is her missing cat just a cat, or is it a cat?
It's not a Rakishin, as far as we know. her random tryst that she was in. But yes, so after like 10 minutes, Duell comes back and goes, "Oh, students, how can I help?"
Myr'ra takes like a few deep breaths.
And like Philip flies up and like lands on his nose, and his eyes like look at Philip and then look back and he goes, "Oh, yes," and he lifts out of his robes the paperwork. "Philip said you were looking for this." And he's-
Does that look like?
Yeah, it looks like it's very obviously like many of the theses that are submitted. It's just a pile of parchment wrapped in some leather. He like slams it on the kind of table. Goes, "Yes, you worked on this for quite a while. I'm surprised you finished it."
Did you help at all?
"Well, I just got it from the back. Yes."
Okay, you're very helpful. I'm going to take the thief and like put it in my bag. I'm going to assume we can take this with us.
Philip says, "Be careful with some of the diagrams in there. I wouldn't try to recreate them." And wait, what's that, Philip? And like, he takes the film off his nose and like puts them up to his ear. "Yes, in page 309. Don't read it."
Out loud?
Listens to Philip again. "Oh, just in general."
Just in general. Okay. Myr'ra is going to take that quite seriously because last time she read a book that she was sort of told not to read, she turned into a bee. So,
These things happen.
yeah. Okay. Any other information in our library about Felix?
Felix, the other continent.
Yes.
I grew up there.
Did you? Wow, I did not know that. Notes.
Not sure we can count on his.
I know.
Sarah just leans over. As possible.
Oh,
I
I've just remembered the last time me and Kalli were in a library.
Not good. Not
Yeah.
good.
I think, speaking of that bombshell, let's take a break because we're late with our break tonight, right? So let's take our break now. We'll come back in 10 minutes, and we'll just leave you the bombshell that he grew up in Felix. We'll be back in 10 minutes to anyone that cares and is watching BRB, everyone. There we go. Is anyone able to do the audio test? Anyone that can attempt that? I know that it's unlikely for Hannah.
No.
I can.
If you could for me, Kalli, that'd be amazing. Thank you very much. Just a quick audio test, and we'll see if we can hear me and also the players.
Whenever they decide to
Hello.
go.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just coming through.
Excellent.
Got it on really quiet in a really quiet tab. So I'm listening to that. Well, it's also, you know.
Yep.
Um,
Excellent.
I can't. No, need to turn it off. Done.
So,
Brain.
welcome back to part 2 of part 17. There needs to be better ways of saying this. I guess I could call them sessions, but I just feel like they're parts of one. Anyway, so welcome back to part 2 of part 17 of the Cascade game, Last of the Summer Elves. It is the 12th of April 2024. I am Viktor 2025. Caught myself. Nobody questioned that. 2025. I'm Viktor the GM, and here are the players.
Hey, I'm Sean, and I'm playing Falkwin, who's the mystical speaker who's trying to become an undercover agent.
Hi, I'm Kalli, and I play Ignysera, who is a dragonfolk warrior who bears a halo of fire.
Good evening, my name is Alexander. Tonight I'll be continuing to play Lockheart Dourf, an empathic speaker. It's exactly the sort of person you want interpreting the law.
Hello, I remain Hannah, and I'm still playing Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin.
Hi everyone, I'm Chris, and I'm playing Nediam, half-elf explorer who likes to infiltrate. And I found out why I keep making a mistake, and I'm just going to ignore it.
Why? Why did you keep making a mistake, Chris?
Because whenever you look at my character sheet and I look up at it, we've got SK in brackets after half-elven.
Right.
Now I can't remember what SK is. It's probably skill.
It's skill and knowledge.
But I keep going, I'm a half-elven Skaven. And I don't know where that comes from.
It's because...
Yes! Join us, human!
Oh, I know who
It's because you played, like, what, a year with a Skaven?
Yeah,
Like,
I know.
yeah. Oh.
I'm a half-elven Skaven. I need to move that SK.
Yeah, yeah.
I do love that supports, though, that I have to reopen my character sheet every time and read it, as if we haven't been saying it for
Like, yeah.
long at this point. I'm just like,
Have to read it every time,
Yeah.
just in case.
I got it wrong.
I think, though, as well with you, Hannah, that we did change yours from the first arc, so it is
Yeah.
different. And we hid it during the second arc until it was revealed. So there is
That's true.
there is a bit of...
But we are now 17 sessions into arc 4.
And you had all of arc 3 and half of arc 2.
That's really
Yeah, yeah. And hopefully arc 5. We shall see if we ever get there.
We're in arc 4 forever, guys.
Yeah, I think I think we die in arc 4. Yeah.
We're just here, yeah.
Yeah, we're here now. Anyway, where were we? We were Duell saying that they grew up on Felix. Yeah.
I think Myr'ra will have responded with something like, "Oh, wow, where?"
He goes, "Oh, I don't know if the town's still there. Actually, it was quite a while ago. Some kind of coastal shanty town, you know. Takes me back. Before I met Philip."
Oh,
Invite him!
no,
Bring him with us!
no, I shall
Yes.
not.
Come on.
Yes!
I love Dinosaur Island.
He would love this, alright, but Philip might get eaten, so that would be bad. Do you have any advice?
Yes, get out of there as quick as you can. It was a horrible place.
Okay. Right.
Do you know there are no biscuits there?
Oh, no biscuits. Is there a lack of flour?
Michaela thinks about that. I never thought about that. What if we should be doing Cascadian aid this whole time?
Maybe I can look into it while I'm there.
Yes, you should do that.
I will. Yes. Anything here on?
That's the kind of thing that gets you a master, by the way.
I see. I will definitely take it under consideration.
Yes.
What did you do your masters? I don't know why I'm asking. Oh.
I want to know.
Danger,
How did you
danger,
get there?
danger, danger.
How?
Focus on Master Dwell.
Give me a moment.
Yes.
Lepidoptery.
Surely
How
it's
to
something to do with
transfer
that.
part of your mind into a butterfly.
Yeah. Mind sharing.
Lepidopterology.
Something about like familiars.
So I have like the option of picking something super fucking interesting, right? Or something really funny, which is just him saying business law. But I think it's really boring, so it needs to be because it's just so dumb. So it needs to be something way more interesting. So yeah, he goes, "Oh, my mother has taken me back somewhat. Yes, I could have been Grand Master. You know, I just didn't like the office. It faces the west. I don't want to be reminded of. Anyway, what was the question?
What was your thesis then?
Oh, psychometry and ancient runes.
Wow. Very cool.
Okay, anyway, that fucking down there as well. Master Duel
I can't spell psychometry.
thesis was on psychometry and ancient runes.
I'm so tempted to be like, ruins or ruins?
Runes. The magical sigilly things. Yes.
Maybe he came up with the one we do.
I mean, very possibly, yeah, who knows?
I'm not going to ask.
Yeah.
But he's going to tell you.
Maybe we should just look ourselves. I think Master Dwell's busy. Can I go to whatever sort of like Dewey Decimal System there is and try and see if there's anything else on Felix that might be used?
Yeah, give me some kind of roll regarding that, please.
I really feel if there's any time to bird out, it's right now. After that conversation.
While you're
Come on,
like,
roll a one. Roll a one.
I just whisper over him like, he really should retire.
I think he's been told that. Yeah.
He's got tenure.
Oh, I should have asked if the Dewey Decimal System gave me an asset. But I rolled a thing. I grit my teeth through the bird. Like my hair gets slightly more feather-like.
Hey, you're doing fine, right? That's a 13 plus a lot. It's plus 12, right? Was that 25?
Mm-hmm.
25 is a good roll. Yeah. Like you find the section dedicated to, was it Felix and her islands?
Felix. Nice.
Mm-hmm. So yeah. And it's next to the section that's on the Expanse Sea.
That might also be useful. But I think I focus. I'm going to hope that whatever crew we're with knows how to deal with the sea.
You'd hope so!
That's their job.
But yeah, is there any particular subjects about Felix that you would like to narrow that down with? Because it's a good roll. You probably could get a reasonable collection.
Okay. What do we want to know about Felix? Do we want to know about like Dinosaur Island? Any like settlements on Dinosaur Island? Because that might be included in the like Antwerp Islands.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be handy.
Do you want to look for any like maps or routes or those sorts of things?
Yeah, like trade route or like customs or like movement of like magical, like if there's.
If only somebody had a bunch of this stuff from maybe a trip they did there once. Who could that be?
I recall hearing something about there being something special about the middle of the island. I don't remember when we heard that.
Do you mean the middle of the island or the middle of the sea?
Of the island.
Middle of Dinosaur Island.
About there being some mystery in the centre of Dinosaur Island.
Oh yeah, you've read that in a book. Yeah, like it seems like the middle is. Was it the King's best friend orbit the middle of the island? They don't go to the middle, but they have this weird territorial ring. So it's like inland, but not the centre.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was like a little donut or something.
Yeah, exactly.
The centre.
Yeah.
Territorial
like-
donut.
Customs.
Territorial donut.
It's a great phrase.
Yeah.
I'm writing it down. Confuse myself. I'm sure I'm confusing
Yeah.
crypto.
I'm also going to write it down.
We also have a channel for this now, which was it? That's what she said. Session quotes. But yes,
Territorial donut.
the territorial donut of Dinosaur Island. I was going to say Felix there, but it's not. So Dinosaur Island. Okay, so
Ruled by King Homer.
exactly. King Homer the Great and Jello. Right, subjects. Let's go for it.
Okay. I'd maybe like anything on like customs or like things we can do to not instantly offend people. Like, is there like greeting like holiday Spanish?
Yeah, so
Like, what are the hello, goodbye, thank you? I don't speak this language.
there is no like Felixian dialect like there is kind of with Kale, right? Like Kale has a
Like,
general speaking voice. Yeah, exactly. That most people pick up on, but also people quite like learning other languages, so people tend to just try and pick up at least a neighbouring nation's language or something. Not very common to people pick up, obviously, like the Infernally style, like stuff tends not to be something that is needed, because I think way back in Arc 1 we talked about Night Script, which is like the Church of Knights specific scriptures are written in that, and that's very close to the demonic and devilish style of writing, but it's not the same. There's enough nuance there. But in terms of the other continent, Felix, before I get lost in the lore of Kale, on Felix, because the Saurians used to be in charge long ago, it would have been Saurian people learned, but that has obviously since changed quite dramatically, and it's not like Rakishan is the most common, but it's clearly the one that the Emperor wants to become the language of the continent. The problem is there's a whole powerful nation of orcs to the south that kind of upset that balance quite a bit. So orcs speak orc. You've got the Rakishan speaking Rakishan, or some fun cat pun to do with language. And then you've got the Saurians that speak Saurian, and there's various dialects of Saurian, primarily like Sandscale and Nighttail, which is the two kind of main like species of Saurian that you get. And that's more to do with when they feel the need to be active. You get like Nocturnal Saurian. What's the other one? Like
Diurnal?
Is it? I wanted to say diurnal, but I'm like, is it as simple as diurnal? Like, I can't remember. The daytime one. Yeah, diurnal.
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 That one.
Yeah, cool. It was the noise that was in my head, but I was like, that sounds too easy.
Yeah.
Isn't diurnal like dusk and dawn?
Twice a day. That's why I went for day over.
Die.
I'm pretty sure diurnal is the one where you're active in the day and sleep at night.
Either way, you know what I mean. We've got daytime and nighttime, and it's Sandscale and Nighttail. That's what our world has for Cascade. But yeah, so but I guess you're more likely you're going to land in the middle, which is the desert wastes, and then go south. I'm pretty sure you were told you were going to have a guide provided. You weren't really given much more information than that, so you might want to pick up some welcome phrases in 3 dialects.
Okay. Like I looked for them.
Yeah, like Orc, Saurian, and Rakishan. So yeah, you probably want to pick up some at least handy phrases for that. Probably easy enough to find in the library, right?
Like a little phrase box.
Yeah, exactly. You can scribble down some like key phrases.
Myr'ra would be quite interested in some kind of like, what is the magical like hierarchy? Like, is there something like the Arcanatrix? How is magic governed on the continent?
That's probably.
I don't think that massively helps us as a group, but
no, that's fine. You can have that. They got a 25. The gist of it is that no Arcanatrix is officially founded on Felix, but there has been many attempts at negotiations with the orcs to found an Arcanatrix like outreach type thing there, like a what's the thing that's in obviously all the major cities, like a chapter house type, like what's in Denmark and stuff like that, to try and get one over there, because it also would give them a teleport point they could stabilize.
Yeah, because that doesn't exist currently.
Yeah, I was going to ask if anything about teleporting. Do they like teleporting? Do they have?
I mean, you could teleport there. Like, there's absolutely no reason why you couldn't, other than if you teleported a bunch that day. You probably don't want to. It's all about radiation doses, right? So, but yeah, you just could get teleported there. It would save you sailing for, 3 or 4 weeks. That's if the weather's good. Okay, anything else on your list?
Sorry, writing.
That's okay. Yeah, no, that's okay. Yeah. And obviously, MD can weigh in this research conversation. By the way, I know some people went off to like the warlock room, but you can still have opinions about what you want to learn about Felix to help the gang. What we're thinking? What else would help with your upcoming trip to the super fun, happy continent? I also think I just called it Arcadia, which was their capital. Yeah.
I want like if they're just like random, not things like plants to avoid. Don't eat this fruit. That sort of stuff.
Yeah, there's do's and don'ts at the back of travel guides.
No, I think that's fine. Yeah, like you can note down some like very obvious like flora to avoid, obviously, or to in fact seek out, right?
Good and bad flowers.
Like drink from this cactus, but not that cactus. Yeah. This one will make you hallucinate, but it won't kill you. You know, this one will
like keep for good time.
Yeah. Do drugs? No. So, anything else you'd like to know? Because again, you can maybe ask another couple of things. These are going to what is effectively in everybody's heads, I feel, is enemy territory. Despite no one's at war with the Rakashans except maybe the Saurians. War is a strong word. What would Jet want to know?
Is there a phone? There is now, potentially.
Yeah, you could be the phone network.
Goodness. What else would be useful? Maps does feel like a useful or like settlements along the coast, so that we can kind of like pick. And even if we do have a guide, at least we know.
Yeah, and it's obviously something you might not like the guide or something might happen to them. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, it'd be useful having your own independence that way too.
Yeah, I would say settlements down.
Yeah, so
maybe have there been any trips to Dinosaur Island?
Yeah, in terms of the maps that you find and pull out, Philip lands on a part of the map, and you can tell it's the part that Philip just seems to be like circling and then flies off, and it's the data of the map is quite old.
Okay. I suppose we could take this and then update it. Can I like sketch it into like key points?
Yeah.
Into like a notebook.
Definitely.
Like I could trace.
There is a process in which you can magically copy things in this like Arcanatrix. Like
go for photocopy.
Yeah, and it's like, I got his name's Jeff, and he's like, "What do you need?"
Yeah.
So yeah.
Because if we make a copy, we can then annotate on it.
Exactly. Yeah.
As we go.
So you can get your like very accurate copies of these things because again, they are Arcanatrix. So we know some key phrases for the 3 different dialects, just very, very key generic phrases. We know what plants to try and seek out or avoid depending on dire need. It's not just go and eat this anyway. It's a please, prepare yourself for going through the desert wastes. You've got some maps of some coastal places because you probably want to stick near the coast. And yeah, what else?
I was wondering if we could get any kind of Arcanatrix sanctioned trips to Dinosaur Island and outcomes of those trips, as in how many people have gone and not come back.
Yeah, remember you looked into that exact subject before, and there was a lot of people that signed up to go on expeditions and never came back to finish their guides or whatever, their paperwork, etc. So there isn't much on Dinosaur Island.
Is there anyone who did come back? Let's not add another person to go to.
Unfortunately, there is.
Oh, is it 12?
No.
Okay.
It's Master Amblin. He went to study the plants there.
Of course.
Moon dinos.
Because you know that he was a plant expert, remember? Which is ironic because, also, do you remember that Duell is a moon expert?
Yes.
It's something we should also remind everybody that he's a moon expert and Amblin was a plant expert, and you were yeah.
I think I sigh quite deeply whenever record that says.
Yeah. I mean, they're two very old, very distinguished wizards in the wizarding community. They've done a lot of work.
Before one stayed here and went mad. One possibly went to the moon and went mad.
Turns out if you keep looking into magic stuff,
at a certain point.
Yeah. And how do you feel as a wizard that comes into a bird uncontrollably? How do you feel on the sanity scale?
Yeah, fair. Where it does that in her brain going, I think I need to put in more statements into some kind of will. Just when I get to this point.
Yep.
Although she then questions whether that is even possible if the whole grandmother thing is a thing.
Do you need to give Lockhart power of attorney over you?
Yeah. But then what if that's technically giving him potential power over the security of
I think Lockhart would enjoy a promotion.
That sounds
think of how much admin that would be. It'd be so much admin, you'd love it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Anything else from anyone else?
Okay, Falkwin, anything else you want to know from the library?
No, nothing sticks out.
Okay, Kalli, you said no. Lockhart, anything you want to know from the library about, Felix in general? Or specific, I guess?
I guess, it might be useful just to have a... I'm not sure if... I think the Arcanatrix is probably the wrong place, but to be has there been any recent pirate shenanigans there? But maybe, I say, the Arcanatrix is the wrong place for that.
It's unlikely, but it's... The library is probably the wrong place to ask that. You probably want to ask, the Grandmaster, because keep in mind that there was a magical influence to the pirates you were investigating. So that would have hit the Arcanatrix's radar from that report that was filed. Because of the necromancy. Yeah. And the almost awesome dragon glass orb that you may have recovered had it not been for Colin's character just completely undoing that so that we didn't have a new fucking lich lady. Yeah, there was a lot that happened in that actual one shot. It was just a spin-off of the ongoing game. Yes, so if that's everything you want to know, I guess Lockhart, you could have spent some time to reach out to that particular information that can come back at some point, and effectively, there hasn't been a lot of activity super duper recently, but that might be to do with the weird magical clusterfuck that's been going on recently. So yeah, less common, but it does make you wonder the influence of like Cascade City's magical clusterfuckery, I mean specifically, has seemingly reached the other coast enough that it's quelled activity there. But it's the reports are so vague. You'd need to go and actually look into it, because you know that it's likely that Betty Bones is still at large. Betty Bones, yeah.
I love that.
She seems to have been I think the official phrase was she was uniting all the independent traders of the sea.
Let's try now.
The problem is it seemed to be in death. Yeah. If you don't mind dying for the cause. Okay, what's next? You've done your library bit, right? So are we all good there? No other last final questions? Nope. Okay, cool. And then I think Duel like wanders past just with like a glass of milk, and then just looks over what you are doing. And just sets the glass of milk down and walks off.
Invite him! Invite him! You would be indispensable.
Yeah, be in something.
Myr'ra would be
Give the milk a good sniff. Just want to see if it's, got something else in it. I just want to see, or if it's off. I don't know why.
Essence of Helborn.
I just want to see.
Sean.
He might be drinking liquid Helgith. We don't know. We haven't seen.
You know, we don't know, right? You're right. We don't know. I think I know, but
he might have killed Grandmaster Game.
Yes, it's clearly him.
Longest con.
Yeah. The answer is in this milk.
Oh, he'd be able to get it, right? Because he's a psychometrist, so he'd be able to tell you. Anyway, so Team Warlock. You head to the office of the Warlock department. There's some very stern-looking jocular mages outside, like having a conversation about if they think it would be cool to be a bee for the day. And other just nonsense conversations, and then they kind of like stand to attention when you guys arrive. Can we help you?
Yes, we would like to speak to Warlock Kilda about her current project.
She's in the training courtyard if you need her.
Okay, cheers. Falkwin definitely knows how to deal with the warlocks. Even if he's bad at it, he definitely knows that they're not one for hand-holding.
Yeah. And you know where that place is anyway. It's like, a training room effectively for the warlocks to practice their magic in. So it probably ends up with a lot, like it's near the infirmary, let's put it that way. So
actually, do you know what? Falkwin probably wouldn't even be that bad at dealing with the warlocks. Like, he's a little more academically minded than they are, but he's definitely more rough and tumble than some of the other sort of desk workers.
Is someone that artillery strike the roof of a cave? Like, I feel like they would be okay if... Yeah, like if you told them that story, it's like, well, what I did was I technically took the empowerment of someone that was trying to become a god, don't ask. I then used that magic in conjunction with my own and nuked the ceiling. Don't worry about nukes are. I nuked the ceiling. Many bugs dead.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, they'd probably buy you a beer. Like...
yeah. Not that far off.
So, yeah, you head down to the training room area. And it is just a bunch of like people in like the equivalent of like sports bras or topless in their like magic practicing. They don't need to be undressed. They just are.
Can I join the training actually?
Can you join in? Did you ask?
Yes.
Yeah. No, because you didn't sign up for the class.
Okay, that's fair. It would have been. I felt like it would have been good to show off to start with.
I mean, it's definitely something you can sign up to if you ask Kilda, who is standing watching this, with like a kind of like rod thing, like just stripped against her back, which is an artifact of some kind. You're not sure what it does, but it's an artifact of some kind. You've got that like buzz of magic about it. And then she's kind of...
The odds that I know Kilda.
What's the odds that you know her? I mean,
Yeah.
You probably know her because she's the head of the warlocks, and that's the security of magic for the city. So yeah, like,
but no, her. Like, would she have taught me? Does she teach? It's possible, I guess.
I mean, no. Generally, you're taught how to fight, and then you join their ranks, and she's in charge of you. Then, right? She doesn't waste her time training people, but she's currently obviously beefing up security for various reasons. Yeah.
So I wouldn't have had that much contact with her.
Not directly, no, but you definitely know of her. Okay. Yeah.
Sure.
She probably knows your name too.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? She probably knows everybody's name that's in the Arcanatrix organization. That's probably like step one: learn who is on our team. So yeah, but yeah, she just seems to be standing quite like strict there and staring over at the training, and you can't tell if she's like impressed or disappointed with the way she's kind of like staring. She kind of just seems like staring impassionately at the group. I've not cast her yet, so I mean it could be anybody, but yeah, she's kind of just observing at the moment. Like, you can tell she knows you're there as a group as well, but she's not stopped the observation or anything. Like, she's not spoke. She's just standing like a football coach at the side of a pitch, but effectively.
I would like to wait for an opportune moment. Like, I don't think we need to sort of. I don't think this is.
Well, tell me the end of that. Like, what's
she's up to? But
what's the opportune moment? Like, what's the because
like I don't know, a lull in practice, or like
like somebody's knocked. I don't know, like somebody's knocked someone on their ass and they went over to like help them up or whatever.
Like, yeah, some point at which she's not having to. Observe directly. Like, I don't want to interrupt her. Basically.
Yeah, and like as I said, you see someone get volleyed off their feet with like a blast of force. They get like punted into the sand where their feet are stuck out of it, and the teammate runs over and goes, "You okay?" and then like helps them out, etc. And she's just again impassively staring at them.
I think Lockheart would probably like to Nori being like, "Gold on that one."
So at that moment, I think Falkwin would approach Hilda.
Yeah, and like as you approach, she just says, "Can I help you, mage?" And she doesn't even turn. She's staring at the two that are helping each other with the sand, like you're stuck.
Warlock Hilda, I actually wanted to speak to you about your current investigation.
Do you have information for me? She like turns her head and looks at you.
Not quite information so much as an opportunity, perhaps.
This is the first you notice that Kilda's not human.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, Kilda's definitely, if not completely, definitely part orc.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, it is, because I need to write that down now. But definitely not like any orc you've seen before, right? Like, not that you necessarily have seen many, but there have been orcs that have come over to the continent, etc. Previously. They're allowed to travel to the capital. It's just rare. But yeah, she's like maybe half orc, maybe not, maybe just, weaker genetics, but she's not like, she's not as built as Vermi, and Vermi's not an orc. Do you know what I mean? So.
Our own research project is taking us on an expedition to Felix in the immediate future.
Looking for some kind of battle magic to secure your travels, are you?
Not exactly. If I may be blunt, I think it's...
She pauses you. She goes, "No, be sharp."
Indeed. If there is suspicion that the conspiracy that you're in the process of investigating may lead back to that continent, I wanted to offer our position as being their own legitimate business anyway, as an opportunity.
What is your business on the other continent?
We are traveling to Dinosaur Island
She just laughs.
to harvest.
She just laughs. She goes, tourists. Shakes her head. Go on.
And the trip will take us through the other continent. And I wish to offer our time there to you in case there was anything that you felt we might be useful for your investigation.
I'm not taking on any apprentices currently. Are you wishing to apply?
Falkwin probably actually takes a moment to think about that. Like, he's kind of... Ali Ben's kind of the magical maker in this duel. Falkwin's definitely naturally more inclined to using things and making big loud booms. Yeah, actually, I had never given it much serious thought, but recent events have pushed my interests more in the direction of becoming a warlock when I qualify, actually.
Good,
So,
we need
yes.
more warlocks. I have been led to believe that your studies are in something to do with artifacts, is that correct?
Yes, at the moment, yes. I have a magical bracer that gives me power.
He kind of looks you up and down. Goes, well, perhaps if you survive your holiday, we can discuss that further. And if I find use for a mage on holiday, I'll be sure to let you know.
Thank you.
And she turns back.
Or you're welcome, as appropriate.
And she turns back to that and she just goes, get him out of the sand! And that's as you start to unless you want to say anything else to her.
No.
I mean, any of the other two want to talk to Kilda? Nope. You're thinking, Alexander?
Yeah, no, I'm just there's probably stuff that Vermi has an actual person to talk to for. So it's we don't really need to butt the nose in. That's
I mean, do you mean some kind of ambassador to Dink?
exactly.
Isn't that your job?
One of them.
Yeah.
Surely there's other specialized ones.
Yeah, well, other people are collecting pets in games. You're collecting job titles. Things you're meant to get to, yeah.
I'm having an identity crisis.
Yeah.
Here. Did I accidentally make a magical job?
I think you did, yeah. So, as you are leaving the kind of training area, Kilda's still staring at the kind of mages aligning themselves, the warlocks aligning themselves to actually fight. She kind of just says over her shoulder, apply.
I will. Then, is that something I can just kind of wave my hand and have that done, or is there a process? Is there an exam? Is there a...
Oh, there's definitely horrible amounts of admin involved. Yeah. But we can deal with that at some point when you're back from holiday.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can tell she was aware of who you were, right? It's as if she's specifically went and read everyone's files recently. So yeah. And as you could tell from when I was going to say Gina there, when Viestra was recalling information, you can tell that a lot of people are dealing with a lot of magic to help them filter information quickly. So it's quite clear that Kilda has possibly magically put a lot of info in her brain, so she's got it. Hence why she knew what your field of study was so far. And she's like, what, you're interested in talking about that, you want to be useful to me, and you're good with magic stuff? Probably a place for you to warlocks. quite easily. I mean, it was that or making stuff that you probably hand to a warlock at some point, right? I've made this boomstick. Please point it at the enemy, sir.
Yes.
So yeah,
Much more efficient for Aluben to be like, I've made this boomstick. Falkwin, I have this boomstick.
Oh, just how many times does Nori have to get blind for the boomstick to get made? That's all we have to ask. Right. He's all reconvene somewhere, I guess.
The pub?
Yeah.
The pub.
Why not? Yep. He's head to the pub.
I think Myr'ra needs it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a familiar face in the pub.
Is it Helgith?
It's not Helgith, no. I nearly called the pub the Grey Cat, and I resisted calling it that.
Is it her cat?
No.
It's the one she lost for gambling.
So it's someone that Lockhart and Myr'ra and Nori technically have met, which was apprentice Halcyon.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is actually sat in this pub drinking, chatting to someone. Yeah, that's Amblin's apprentice from Loudenhall. So he's here, which is a bit odd because he should be in Loudenhall. But he is here because remember he was like acting like mage of or like master wizard of that place, wizard of the place, and despite being an apprentice to him specifically, because you don't need to study in the Arcana tricks to qualify. You can study under a master wherever they are, if they accept you, because they're allowed to qualify you, obviously. So. He's drinking there, and he's drinking with someone that clearly looks like a sailor because we've dressed them in the costume department's budgets. So, yeah, and they're chatting away. That's probably the only person you recognise. And Nori, you probably recognise more people than you want to, just because it's you. And you're like, and your way of recognising people is did their pockets jingle louder or not?
Those days are behind me now. Thought we discussed that.
Yeah, you live a life of privilege and peerage now, don't you?
I'm now well looked after.
Yeah.
Unless you pay me to do something nasty, then that's different.
Yeah. So, what's the discussion? What's the topic? What's what? Talk to me, gang.
Well, the one who recognises Halcyon would be the first to go say hi, Halcyon, as opposed to one of the ones who've never met him.
While this is happening as well, though, you feel Aluben's presence again, like she's like reconstituted or whatever we want to call it.
Aha. Okay. So in my head, I kind of go, welcome back.
There is a.
I know the answer to this question.
Okay.
Sorry,
that's okay.
I just want to make sure for.
Yeah, just ask. Yep.
I don't know. We have all our equipment back now. Everything was returned to us after we got released out the sale.
Yeah, sure.
Just want to clarify.
Why not?
Because I get the feeling we're leaving soon, so I just.
I don't think you would have left the council building to go to the Arcanix without your stuff. So yeah, you definitely got it.
It just occurred to me nobody had mentioned it, so
no,
I don't want to end up in Dinosaur Island and you suddenly go, you left everything in the cell. Nobody went back for it.
Can you imagine, like, all of you going to the docks, getting on a ship, and then sailing for 4 weeks or whatever, to be like, our stuff.
Oh, shit.
You could send one person back for it. You'd have to go back to Margot, though, and then go back. And,
we still have that teleport to the royal chambers.
Let's hope it still works. And it wasn't just turned off when yous were all fugitives. Yep. It might have been turned back on. Who knows? Margot does like you guys. And you did technically get out of that somehow. Oh. Yeah. So, yes. While yous are thinking about what to do in the pub, Aluben does reply to obviously your hello comment or welcome back, whatever it was you'd said there. He goes, I am sorry that I was not able to defend you properly against that psychic assault. I had an opportunity to keep her out, but it would have revealed my presence, and I feel like I was rather selfish in that act.
It's fine. It ended up being an interesting conversation, I suppose. And it would certainly have been conspicuous if she wasn't able to do as she liked just then.
I wouldn't necessarily say that she is beyond anyone's skill. As I mentioned, I have a lot of confidence in my ability to have kept her from your mind. But it's an uncomfortable conversation, Falkwin, and I do not wish her to know that I reside with you.
I believe I understand why. You actually came up in conversation with her.
I mean, you feel anxiety.
Yes. Sean, did decide, not just now, but when you said Elven came back, that, yeah, Falkwin probably would be honest with her. Falkwin wouldn't want to hold this over her without her knowing about it. He trusts her. Respects her.
Yeah.
Yes. We were discussing the Heart Piercer, and Modestellara seemed very confident that all Goldleaf elves were accounted for, and she knew where all of them were and who they all were, and so on. And
And did she reveal the location of the Heart Piercer to you then?
No, she did not. And I was somewhat skeptical about her claims of omniscience as far as this went.
I was worried, Falkwin, that my personality was bleeding into yours, and I feel now confident that we are of the same mind when it comes to Modestellara and our distrust. I would not necessarily believe that if there was a gold leaf at large causing these Barlaen deaths, that she would not know of it.
Oh, you feel she was lying, as opposed to just misinformed?
I don't think she spoke one word of a lie to you, if what you say is her words.
Indeed, she also didn't. She didn't say much, did she? But so that's an important thing for us to talk about, and I would like to get to it. But in the process of trying to probe how much she really knew and was aware of and what her capabilities were, I asked her some questions intended to figure out whether she knew about you.
Please don't take such risks when I'm unable to help defend you. Not that I don't think you're able to defend yourself, but I would be worried for your safety if I was out of commission, like I was.
Yeah, I apologize for that, because it definitely did seem as though...
These are my limitations, unfortunately, but yes, I would advise caution when vulnerable.
It definitely did seem as though Is in life the right thing to say? Back when you had a body, or in life, sure.
Incorporated? Like...
yeah. It seemed as though you were not someone that Modestellara held much goodwill for.
Yes, I see you spoke at length with my queen.
Some length. She was at pains to point out the meaning of your epithet.
Ah, the Yaluben.
Yes.
How embarrassing for me. You have made it quite a fond moniker, which is why I have kept it. You speak those words with fondness, not disdain. You have really rephrased that existence for me. Perhaps we should speak more in depth about this. My banishment because of my ambitions rendered me in this form. I should have returned to the cycle, and I did not.
Was that your choice?
Yes. It was by design. I knew what my studies would lead to. I knew they were in direct conflict with gold leaf law, and I knew how to subvert that.
Mm.
And here I am, halfway to my goal. And that's where we end the session.
Oh.
So yeah. What would you like to name the session? 19 more quests?
Oh, so many more quests.
Oh. So fucking many more. Again, if you leave me in a location for too long, I'm gonna just keep developing it. Especially when I run through the NPC list we've not seen for a while.
It's like, oh yeah, we should chat to them. Oh, we should talk to them too. Maybe we should ask. Oh no, yeah, now we have 7 more quests.
Someone needs to remind me that Halcyon's in that pub if anybody wants to talk to him at some point, because I will delete that from my brain at some point. Like, let me just add that to my notes. Halcyon is in pub. In Cascade City. Yeah. No,
I think it would make sense to talk to them.
I mean, yeah.
Too long.
Master Ablin's the one that's been to Dino Island.
Yeah, Duell can't have done everything in the backstory, sadly, as much as I would like him to have done everything. It would have been too tempting to take.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
Why are you so weird?
Yeah. It's just on all of it.
I'm writing Halcyon in my notes as Moon Boy.
Okay.
Apprentice to Moon Boy. I was going to also try and make a pun on we're halfway there. And then be like 17 more sessions to go.
Yep. Oh god.
That was too long.
Oh, yeah. Well done, weather people. Yep, thank you. Also, weirdly, Kyril isn't spelt with a Y. It's one of the weirder, like, for me naming things, not putting Ys in was a very odd one. But it is just an I for Kyril. So what have we got so far? We've got new side quests unlocked. Kyril's restroom. Well done, weather people, and whoa, we're halfway there. Excuse me. If any other people have suggestions for titles of sessions, please put them in. Like, I guess, Theo, if you're still watching, feel free to suggest a title for the session if you have any particular thoughts. I mean, yeah, why aren't we saying Mind Meadow? I'm going to add that in as well. Like, let's just, because that's also good. I also can't spell Meadow, apparently. Why can't I spell Is that Meadow? I'm just looking on, that doesn't look like the word anymore.
Yeah, it's Meadow.
It's just like unspilled.
I also agree. Yeah, it feels like it shouldn't be.
Yeah. Very weird. Drug spells and potions. Yeah, it's pretty good, to be fair. Okay, please put your votes in. Discord was too loud. Yes, Theo, I said if you have any suggestions for session titles, please feel free to send them. And we will consider it, but do it swiftly if you have any. So new side quest unlocked, Kyril's restrooms, well done weather people, whoa, we're halfway there, time flies in the Garden of the Mind. Very elven.
Sounds like a prog rock
song
or something.
In the Garden of Eden, yeah. Drugs, spells and potions, Mind Meadow, and then, yes, I believe, oh gods, ha ha ha, brain no work. That's too long a title for Theo, I'm sorry. But that's good. That's just what audience participation buys you, Theo. But yes. Oh goody! So we have a vote for new side quests unlocked. We have a vote for whoa, we're halfway there. We have a vote for Time Flies in the Garden of the Mind. We have 2 votes I see for that somehow. Okay, that's a long title though. It's very long. I don't know if YouTube's going to like it being that long. I have to fit a lot in that line. But I will.
TFITGO.
TFITGOTM. You know it better.
I can switch my vote to my own, and then you can be the tiebreaker.
Sure.
Either that or just time flies in the Mind Meadow, because it was the Mind Meadow rather than the Garden of the Mind. But
Time flies in the Mind Meadow of drug spells and potions for a new set quest to unlocked.
Just have all of it, yeah. Just
We're halfway there.
massive long one, yeah.
Time flies.
What I'll do is I'll just hit the fucking keyboard when I'm filling YouTube in, okay, and we'll just let it deal with it. But yes, we'll go with Time Flies in the Mind Meadow, I guess, if we alter that one, because it's possibly more succinct. Yeah, there we go. That's a bit better. Okay, goals. What did we complete, or what did we add to?
Well, Falkwin's now got a new personal goal
to
become a warlock. There's some alubenery that I guess is about to happen.
Really? Maybe? No?
Who knows? Which
Can
is,
we
I
add...
guess, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Which I guess is going to maybe make some progress towards the Gold Leaf conspiracy board.
Yes.
I was thinking, can we add more question marks to Sari Thane?
Yep, I'll just do that now. It's fine.
Does Halcyon get a shout out yet?
Yeah,
Like,
be able to start working. Sorry, go.
I feel like Halcyon should get a shout out on the what happened to Master Amblin / Visit the Moon thing.
Where is his line? Where is Amblin in the fucking...
This is very first.
Okay,
that's why I was looking underneath Sari Thane's one, yeah, so I guess chat to Halcyon.
Yeah.
I'll add that in. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And we've obviously added in things like replacement for the captain of the guard, and because I noticed that Alexander didn't put that goal on for himself. Yep. Did you kind of forget that you were meant to be doing that this far in?
I mean,
Since
we were finding people. That's why we had gone out and exploring the world for suitable candidates.
Arc 3. The start of Arc 3, you've had that. So anyway, replacement of the captain of the guard, Falkwin become warlock.
I call Brandon L as
Not of Dank! So, anyway, what are we dealing with here? What are we adding? Have we done anything?
Not on this goal.
Okay, that's fine. We can move on.
To add something about Emble's murder, because we have wrapped ourselves up in it more than we'd anticipated.
Oh,
less than
we all anticipated
less than we could have.
Less than we could.
I think
have.
we did quite well.
I think that's partly due to the people in charge of investigating his murder, not like looking at us and going like, yeah, and who made you the main characters of this story?
They've got their own lives. Yes.
It was him.
Oh.
So I don't know. Maybe
I don't tell you what to be interested in, though. You just want to fuck Gamble.
Yes, but you know us all now.
It's like maybe Kilda taps Falkwin on the shoulder once we get over there and be like, "Hey, can you check this out?" Or maybe she's just like, "Well, they can be useful if they come back from things or anything."
Well, even with the way Kilda spoke to you, right? It was very much a case of, sure, like whatever. That's good to know. I've got resources somewhere. Cool. Bye.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, just don't be a problem. Ultimately, just if yeah, don't get yourself killed.
I feel like that could have also been a good session title. Just don't be a problem.
Yeah. For how many of these sessions? Can't just keep reusing them. But anyway, okay, so goals. We've added in investigate former Grandmaster Gamble's murder. So,
yes,
I've got that on the list too. Let us do wrap-up chat, I guess. Right, that's the next thing, right? So, let's start with Nori.
Yeah, I think Nori took a step back in this one. His role within the Arcanatrix and within politics was down to another 3 people, so You took a step back in this one.
The less they get your fingerprints, the better.
Well, don't want to draw too much attention to myself. They all kind of know me now, but I've got to keep some secrets. So
Yeah, you're getting
don't wanna get
famous in the
involved.
city, right? Like, it's not great. You're renowned.
No, I'm not like I'm doing my role. No. Oh, it's you, yes. No. My career's dropping away in
You mean,
one side and progressing the other.
yeah, you're a
I'll be the
navigator of the
bodyguard.
worlds. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
captain of the guards in the
that'd have been
on.
great. See if you'd pitched that to, like, then you'd finally get in the Queen's bedchambers. Like,
Officially.
yeah, like, officially, you made it. Your quest goal is done, Nori. Fantastic. There we go. There's your character arc there, sorted.
Yeah, exactly. That was my aim all along. It's working.
The long game.
No chance. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're just progressing nicely. We're moving along to Dinosaur Island. Still
Are we?
moving on from the we are not guilty. So yeah, we're here. We're just getting our feet back in the ground again, and time to head off in the next adventure.
Yeah.
And the preamble to that is all coming together nicely.
Good. Yes, good. Kalli.
It was really fun. Yeah, sorry. Bit little mind, brain,
Yep.
melty now.
Mhm.
But
You've got
yeah, it
the
was
Mind
really
Meadows.
fun. Oh, the mind meadows are in my brain. Weeds in there. Yeah, it was really fun. Yeah, just like kind of like setting up and kind of figuring out where we're going to go next and stuff. But I have lots of pages of notes that I will inevitably not understand.
Like ham,
Next time.
hog, onyx, maker,
Yeah.
whatever it was. Yeah.
Hog ham onyx maker is written down,
Amazing.
and territorial.
Donut?
No,
The territorial donut.
donut.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
The territorial
Donut.
donut, yeah.
That's
Amazing.
right, yeah.
Yep.
Dinosaur Donut Island.
Dinosaur Donut Island. Yep. All sorts of things.
Good.
I do still really like Master Duel.
Yep.
It's so much fun.
Yeah.
It's like it's fun from a distance. I'm not the one interacting. It's just very entertaining. If you're trying to get any information out of it, I'm sure it's not quite as fun.
It's also one of those double-edged swords where you're like, oh, but now I don't want to know more about that thing clearly we
Yeah.
need to know more about. What do you mean you
Oh,
grew up
really-
there?
I'd really like to know. I need to know more, but I don't want to. Yeah. But yes, it was really fun.
Yeah, and also a very nice moment from Lockhart and yourself right at the start.
Yeah.
After Vermi being like, well, you might have her as a very distant relative. You might be the only person she has. So, yeah, it was nice little moment there.
Imagine that.
Like,
Oh, is that? Oh shit! Yeah, probably has like me and Uncle Quilban.
yeah, right, not bad. Something to build on as well, right?
Hmm.
We do like Vermi, so she seems to be on the.
Would you like Vermi?
Yeah.
She's cool.
Are there NPCs you don't like? I know that Molly Destellara is shifting up and down on that scale wildly, but
I do. I like pretty much all of them. I think they're great.
yeah.
For one reason or another, they're all great.
Yeah, it's trying. It's not quite like Cadence, where there was very clearly some hatred for some of them.
I love to hate Modest Elijah.
Yeah, I know you do. Like it's almost you're almost 1-for-1 for the Siri Thane conspiracy board versus Modest Lara a shit. Like it's like, let us not forget that Modest Lara is probably up to something. It's good. What is funny as well is like Alabama was a gold leaf long before you decided you disliked Modest Lara, and it just really adds to the story for me. Like it's great. It's funny. Like, oh, I really hate your queen, and now you've learned that Ben doesn't really like her either. For fairly good reasons. But still weirdly like respects her in that weird like it's still the gold leaf queen.
Yeah,
so yes.
I definitely got a glimpse of that. Anyway,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts, Kalli? Will be all good.
That's it. Oh, good.
Thank you. Hannah, nice to have you back. Of course.
That was very fun. I enjoyed all of it. I also missed you all, I also quite liked the like it felt like one of those episodes in a TV show where you're like, something really big and dramatic has happened, and so we're just going to do an episode where we like putter around. So it was really nice to have the like release after a like big moment of tension and just be like, oh, we're just going to see people that we like.
I think it's important though, like see as like an almost palate cleanser. Like I think it is needed to be like, don't just dive straight into another crisis. Like get like because that's what you've done your crisis. It's not like that another one immediately happens. Like you've done it. You've got over it. You do have other stuff in the city you need to deal with. Yeah.
I do like that there were a few moments of us going, we could poke this right now, and I'm going, I don't want to right now. It seems like a lot. We'll get there. It'll come. Don't worry, we will poke all the things, just not at the same time, and all at once.
Please.
Love going to the Arcanatrix. It's always fun to see magical people. I agree. Hannah loves Duel. Myr'ra can't stand him. But I don't think I, as a human, have not had to go through being in that person's class. And it absolutely would be the most annoying class because you would have never known what the assignments were. And every single time you'd have to be trying to figure it out from some like vague nonsense. And then you would be like, I don't. And I think Myr'ra thrives for like, I need to know how the system works and how I fit in.
I think why it makes so much sense that Helgith would have been someone that maybe mentored you to a degree. Like, I think that makes so much sense. And like, yeah, even someone like Viestra, now that we learned what the class was that you took, which was the drugs, spells, potions, and behaviors in mortal in the mortal form. Like, I think the structure that the both of them would have had versus someone like Duel, who seems to rely on Philip a lot. Who is a butterfly.
That's fascinating. Yeah. And you also feel like his class must be like compulsory, or like you have to make it through Master Duel's class in order to like continue. Like he's like a rite of passage.
I have taught tutorials for a Master Duel before. It's an interesting experience because it was a class that I absolutely loved teaching. The material was great. The lecture was also like terrifyingly intelligent.
Same. I have sat in class.
Where
you're like, this is amazing. None of this helps.
It's like when I started talking about Arc 1. And I'm like, oh, here's all this random other lore that isn't actually needed for this one shot. But here we are.
I'm pretty sure where Master Amblin came from.
Yeah.
We were like, he sounds interesting. Not right now. Love it. Love all the things. So excited for potentially getting on our way to Dinosaur Island. Really excited about the other continent in a way I kind of like feel like I've not really thought about. Excited that we got the thesis.
Yeah
I
like that. It's like Duel didn't check anything.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't need to ask camera. Just gone to the library, so I would have given it to us. Excited, so happy to be back. Excited for the territorial donut.
Yeah, aren't we all? Lockhart.
Yeah, I think it was good to see Vermi after a very long time, and just sort of check in with her, and it's like, oh, you're becoming all jaded and regal. Like, no, you can do better.
Yeah.
That's what made everyone else a regular monarch, but no, you could be a great monarch. So just trying to be a little bit guidey there, and also a bit of that sort of, there's the Lockhart, which is just a good sort of way of disarming people in general, but then it's like, no, I actually want Vermi to be happy, because it probably benefits Lockhart in the long run.
It can be two things. Someone's happiness can also benefit your political career.
So just trying to try and keep her on balance without letting her get too, say, like, as she was saying that, oh, I feel like a monarch. Like, oh,
yeah,
better. That Lockhart has been less of a magpie than any other character that I tend to play. So I was looking through stuff. Oh no! Okay, this will work.
Yeah, got a scarf.
and it seemed to suit the moment. So
Yeah.
it's like, go out here.
She definitely used it as a pillow to sleep on. Like, yeah, 100%.
And yeah, just that moment. I only really thought about it when Ignysera said it. It's like yeah, it's nothing. You know, I've got load. We're not that close. It's like yeah, but
That was a really nice comment for Lockhart to make. Like, it was like, actually, she might need that. Like, yeah, it's good.
and I say I wanted Master Duel as our co-pilot, and I don't care if it's his madness. I choose to believe that he's from Felix, and we will find out where.
You find that all of the people in that village is like that.
Something I didn't necessarily say outright in it, but something I did think about actually back with Vermi about Chiral and Suri Thane. It's possible they made a deal.
Could be.
Her wording was enough that he had been there with enough moments, perhaps, for something to have been said before she got there to be like, by the way, here's the story, don't just stab him.
Yeah, and I feel Faye timey-wiminess, you know.
Yeah, we know.
So it's like...
But I also love the cutscene of just Suri Thane powering his way through Denkmark Palace, right? Being like, well, who's stopping me?
Yeah.
And some very valid concerns raised by another person in charge of a country. Much like when Pride was like, and you're just trusting this guy?
He's been around ages. If he wanted to cause problems, he could.
Yeah, because there haven't been problems being caused for ages.
Exactly. Definitely nowhere near where
I like how the defense was, well, KT likes him. It's like, yes, let's not open that book of problems that is KT. Count
The KT
conquer.
defense.
Yeah, the KT defense. Well, I was drunk at the time.
I think Falkwin still doesn't understand why you all like KT. He's kind of... He's not really comfortable around him.
I shouldn't be comfortable around him, but I've made my...
Yeah, you're...
yeah, it works.
Yep, you fed him your blood. How much more comfortable can you get?
Exactly.
Any other thoughts, Alexander?
Good to see Stolt again.
Yeah, right. Good old Forno.
This, like, I'm sure I've heard of this character at some point.
He's
but
been mentioned. Yeah,
skip my mind.
like he's been mentioned, but he wasn't like on screen really. Like he was as an Arc 2 character. Sorry, an Arc 1 character. Sorry. But yeah, he's been mentioned before, either in 3 or 4. I can't remember when. But yeah, he's just basically the next in line of the guards. Effectively, he's top tier of the Queen's Guard now. Thanks to somebody's complacency.
He always... that was the plan all along. You know, slide him into place for a little bit, so that way he gets the good severance retirement. You know, it was all part of the plan.
Any other thoughts, Alexander?
It's me.
Okay. Falkwin.
So there are moments, the more you get to know a character, when you just realise, oh, that's what this character's about. Not even necessarily those like that big a moment, but just sort of moments where your understanding of them suddenly increases, and it's like, oh, that's what they would do here, or that's what's motivating, or that's what kind of person they are, or that's who they would like to hang out with. This was one of those ones for me with Falkwin, where in retrospect, it seems kind of obvious that Falkwin would be maybe not completely like magical jock, but definitely sort of warlock coded.
Yep.
Because like he's all about the big explosions. His magic is very combat focused. Like he's very blunt and direct and sort of jump into action about everything. It's always like, okay, right, talking. We can do the talking quickly and efficiently, right? But let's go do stuff once that's done.
It was
I
quite
think
fun.
that's-
See, as an observer to your journey in this particular session, it was quite fun seeing that almost realization starting from the. Well, Falkwin probably knows how to talk to the warlocks because he knows how to handle them.
Mhm.
Wait, I might be a warlock.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, I think this was a key moment for me with kind of figuring out who Falkwin is.
Also, the party could use a fucking awesome warlock in the team.
Mm.
Yeah.
I was a little surprised that you didn't mention that you'd also spoken to a sword. But
There's time for that in the
mentioned that too.
Kilda in the entry exam. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, that kind of
Dude, it's like your
mind.
like see your star thing of your situation, task, action, response thing. You'll feel that goes, well, the situation was I had to suss out a dodgy sword, and then I just decided to meld my mind with it, using some dodgy alchemical components that were hastily chucked together in a forest, and then and then a potential demigoddess possibly blocked me from dying. It's hard to say. How was your weekend?
Yeah. Is the sword thing classified? That seems like
It's probably highly I mean, just from your experiences with this lot, mentioning the fact that you were anywhere near the demon blade is probably a terrible idea.
Yeah.
Also, it ties into why we're on a side quest to get things for Myr'ra, so that we don't mention all the alchemical elements we borrowed.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I shouldn't be surprised because we spent a lot of this session in the Arcanatrix, but I kind of didn't go into this session expecting it to be a big Falkwin session.
Yeah.
And it wasn't really. Like, the moments for Falkwin, I think, were very kind of small and subtle. Like, they didn't really happen.
I don't know, I would say it was quite a big
in the
Falkwin session, yeah. Like,
Did you? Okay.
yeah. Like, I mean, it doesn't need to have a lot of screen time to be impactful, right? Like,
Yeah, that's what I'm
you
saying.
as a
It wasn't-
player had like a massive revelation about your character's
Mhm.
arc that you feel makes sense for them based on their history in the game that you've contributed to, and just what random NPCs have said to you, and then obviously the end comments.
Yeah, that was obviously quite big at the end. Like, that's going to be a spicy opening next week. Next week, week
No,
after, whenever
week
we're
yep.
doing next week after.
It's gonna be a long car ride.
Yeah.
What were your thoughts on your chat with Ellie Ben?
It's going about how I expected. Like,
Yeah.
for I think was it last week, 2 weeks ago?
Last session, yeah.
Session. I kind of was talking to Modesta Lara with the thought in my head of, it'll help me understand Elven better, but I don't necessarily need to talk to her about it, and maybe I even shouldn't. But as soon as she kind of came back online today, I just kind of realised, oh, but I need to talk to her about it, because I can't go through life normally now kind of holding this over her. That's not fair.
It's good. I think it's a good thing for your dynamic as characters, right? Because her whole thing is about gaining trust via you and vice versa, right? Like, you're relying on each other in a lot of situations. And, like, even her opening was, I'm sorry I couldn't stop that. I actually could have chose to, but that would have made us more vulnerable. Was like, and she's like, I'm sorry I had to make that choice.
Yep. And that was a useful thing for her to open with, because it kind of opened the door to the conversation for me to be like,
well, she cares about you, right? Like,
I get it.
Like, she has done a lot to try and help, like, keep you going, right, and stop you from.
But also, like, like, I really get it now.
Yeah.
Because of,
yeah, her story is unfolding.
Yeah.
You can see why I was looking forward to the idea that, like, Sean, just get excited about the idea I want you to be excited about, so that's what I can tell this story about this character. I really like the idea of that. It's like, it'd be nice to see it unfold with, like, your influences in it as well, right? So it's been good. It's been good to tell.
Yeah.
And apparently she's halfway done. It's a lot if you're trying to become a god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Falkwin's gonna maybe try and bring some sort of back to earth on that part of things. But we'll see what happens with that conversation next time. It's going to be a bit.
Yeah, I'm very eager to see how that unfolds between the two of you, because it's kind of like, do I want to support like my psychic friend becoming a god, or should I maybe try and tell them like retail's fine? You know, like, yeah, it's a tricky conversation.
Also, like, while we're in the pub, Falkwin definitely does not have a horse in this race, but Sean really, really, really wants to hear Moonboy's story.
Yeah, Halcyon, you know. Yeah, don't worry. We'll make sure we have a chat with Halcyon. I feel like that's, you know, Aliben and Halcyon are top tier of the, and maybe Dinosaur Island at some point. Maybe we'll see.
Is Falcon old enough to drink?
I don't know. Like, this is a fantasy world. Drinking age is probably like 14, right?
Drinking age can be. Can you pay the bartender?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. And if you can't hold your liquor, why are you here? Yeah.
Yeah, I probably brought them to a pub that I know they don't ask ID.
Yeah, I think, didn't you say you were like 20 something anyway? Like, I feel like you
Yeah,
said,
I'm like mid 20s.
Yeah.
I think Nori's younger than Falkwin.
yeah. But that's fine. Nori would have drank here anyway. I imagine Nori's had definitely some illegal tipples in the past, growing up in the streets of Denk and various other places. Yes. Any other
I
thoughts?
don't carry any ID, so
Yeah,
there
there
we go.
he carries somebody else's ID that was nearby.
No, yeah, that's about it for me. Like,
No.
a lot happened for Falkwin, sort of,
Yeah.
in my mind, but not necessarily in RP this time round.
I think it was good though. Like,
It was different. It was good. Yep, I
Yeah.
liked it.
it's also a nice like regrounding as well for a character that obviously I know that you'd mentioned that you weren't really sure why Falcon was still about, but then there's so many more reasons to be like, well, now you can kind of decide these reasons now because you've got
Yeah,
like almost career avenues right out of it,
yeah.
which is good.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Kelda being a bit more fleshed out, maybe via Falkwin's
Yeah,
interest in.
I didn't
human
realize
life.
she was a half orc until I said it, so that was fun for me.
Yeah, that's fun as well, because that's also like, maybe she's from Felix.
Yeah.
There's, like, who knows what's going on with this.
Right, well, we need to award some XP, so let's just go in reverse order, whatever that was. So, who are you voting for, Sean?
Me. Fuck. What happened this
Right, so let's do a recap to the recap. Well, it started with, like, obviously deciding what happened with Hannah and the Mind Meadow.
You know, actually, one moment sticks out for me, and it was actually Alexander pointing out to Kalli about her character's relationship with Vermi, and it didn't end up coming to anything, but maybe it will in future. And it's just such a nice kind of, oh yeah, you've got this connection here, and that means that. Like, it was a kind of like really astute observation that I think's worth.
And a weirdly warm moment from Lockhart without any immediate gain other than maybe giving some more stability to a monarch that may not be used to the pressures of ruling.
Yeah, so I like that.
Yeah, no,
I'd
good
like
to
to
know.
recognise Alexander for that.
Let's segue into Alexander's vote then.
I mean, I just love Master Gamble. That too, but
Yeah.
Master Duel.
Well, yep.
And so I was going to vote for. I like both Hannah and Kalli, but I think it was Hannah mostly there. Just the sort of frustration, just like having to deal with it, but then the interaction. So that was some of my favorite bits.
Awesome. Yep. Well, nice segue again.
I'm gonna throw it back down the line. I loved Falkwin's like the character realization in the moment of, oh, that could be my thing, and I think it's very true to like life and those moments where you suddenly go, oh wait.
And it does often take someone with a strong voice to be like, have you thought about
Yeah.
this? And you went, no, I haven't, but that's so obvious. Yeah.
I really liked that. And like lots of other little like moments throughout. Like I do feel like it was a good Falkwin session. Because also that counter, the like Falcon without Aluben for like a lot of the session, and then her coming back at the end, I thought was a nice like juxtaposition. So yes, back to Falkwin.
Okay. Let's go to Kalli.
So my choices were between Lockhart for that really good moment, because I thought that was just like really out of pocket, and I was like, well, oh yeah, that was really just very insightful of Lockhart.
Nice.
And Falkwin for kind of staying true to like his convictions, and Sean for knowing exactly what Falkwin would do and understanding kind of Falkwin at that point, and kind of going for it with Aluben and just being like, yep, he'd tell her, he trusts her, he talked to her, and like it could so easily just like be like, no, I'm not going to tell her anything and keep it secret and stuff. But yeah, it was really good.
Yeah.
So mine's Falkwin.
Nice. Chris?
But he's basically covered everything I was going to say.
Well, you don't get off that easily, so let's go for it.
No, I know. So I pick everybody.
No.
For me, just for the look on Hannah's face whenever she realised who she was about to be speaking to, that was enough to send it over the edge for me. Just the terror there. It's, oh no, not him again! Come on. So yeah, Hannah for me in that one.
Okay. Perfect. So, sudden death. Both of you can have a point of XP. So, yeah.
Thanks, guys.
So very, very nicely done. That was like you were saying, Hannah. I thoroughly enjoyed the excuse to have an almost. I want to say it was a cooldown session, but realistically, it was a reforming of the. Like, what are we doing next? What are our options? What do we want to be involved in next? What are the next 17 sessions about? Like, and then is Arc 5 Dinosaur Island. So, it does feel like you're finding a lot of ways to push that further and further back.
I think we're about to get
on a boat.
I think next session we board the boat.
Everybody pinky promise. Next session we board the boat.
Oh, this is when you are like 10 sessions into a murder investigation. You have taken Bastard Duell. It doesn't matter, he's got forensic science as well. Well, I mean, his psychometry might be really fucking useful for that. Like, it horribly fits.
I also don't think us getting on the boat means we're any closer to Dinosaur Island, because like the implied travel time, like it's like there's so much shit we can get up to in that time.
Yeah, we mentioned Betty Bones. That's never going to come up.
Yeah. We pass quite close to like Storm Island, which is where Brandon L.
Storm that captures us and pushes us into Storm Island suddenly.
I mean, I feel like Brandon L. He's pushed back out though. Like, you're on good terms with him so far, right? By the way, we're being pulled into your island. Can you like maybe nudge us back out, please? Thanks, bye. Like, yeah.
Bye. Hope your plan's going okay.
Yeah, like please don't blow up anything. Bye.
Yeah, please don't kill everyone in the world.
Another session passes and you haven't phoned Brandon L. It's a win in my books, as far as I'm concerned.
You don't know how close we were through those meetings to just.
I think
bomb.
I think I did get very close to saying, let's just. I think at least once I said, can we do it? And another time I said, I would like to do it if things don't go this way. And then they went the good way.
Yeah, no, it was lucky the dice really liked you all that session, I would say, because I think that would have been a let's just do it anyway type moment. But yes, thank you all for playing. Thanks, Theo, if you're still with us, for watching as well. Say goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.
Bye.